Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 2 of the 2023 Oman International Drift Championship. You are joining us live from Muscat at the OAA, the Oman Automobile Association. You just see it briefly on the screen there. That is our top 32 bracket for today. And we are already ready to kick off the action. I hope you're sitting comfortable and you have a nice drink, because we've got a stacked top 32 all the way through to the final tonight. There will be a few breaks throughout the show for you guys joining us that have joined us already for round 1. You'll know that we like to take our time in this. We like to experience the whole show the whole way through. And as you can see on the line, we do have our first battle of the evening. It's going to be Nasser Al-Halbali, our first place qualifier, to take on Nasser Ab-Shaibah. I'm going to get this one wrong. He did it to me earlier, but there we go. We're going to move it along and get this thing underway. First battle of the evening is off through the chicane. Harbali, nice initiation. Going to try and do exactly what he done in qualifying and put down that 94-point qualifying run. But look at this from Masser in that chase position. Goes for a dive, that 370Z. Almost equal in the power and grip. All wheels dropped off the edge of the circuit there for Nasser. As now starts to feel the pressure from Masser in that chase position. Good transition back, perfectly timed. This one a very nice battle for the first one to kick off our top 32 as we move through action. Nice transition back, looking for the outside zone, perfectly fulfilled by Harbali and getting the job done. So let's take a look back at the replay, and I will apologise for the rush into action. We do have a stand-in commentator for this weekend and for the rest of the OIDC 2023 Championship Season 5. Unfortunately, yesterday we had the sad news break that our good friend and our co-commentator and a big part of the family here at the OIDC lost Habib Al-Zawawi, and we send all of our regards and best wishes to his family at these difficult times. So I was just briefly out on the terrace in front of the commentary tower briefing our new commentator on the show and exactly what's coming up this afternoon. There we go, beautiful scenes from Muscat as the car park in the background starts to fill. The locals now starting to fill the grandstands to see the spectacle that we've got coming up this afternoon and this evening. So guys making their way back around the circuit. He will get a brief moment there to do a lap of the circuit to cool the car, obviously not drifting. And Nasser there will be on the radio to his spotter, who I'm guessing this evening will be his good friend and teammate Hossani, who unfortunately yesterday was looking like a 90-point run, tagged the wall, knocked himself out of qualifying, so double-zeroed on both his qualifying runs. Didn't get himself into the show. That carbon Kevlar Boss kitted S14 is parked up for the rest of the weekend. Here we go, swapped them around. Al-Harbali to take on Masser. Masser now in that lead position. And Masser not to be laughed at. A very competent driver. Nice initiation from Masser on the inside edge of the circuit, away from outside zone 2. Now looks to float the back end, that 370Z up into the outside zone. And look at Harbali though. Harbali knows he needs to repay the favour. Needs to be careful on the transition. Gets it done all on contact. And I'm pretty sure the judges are going to want to have a look at the replay of this one to make sure there was no contact on that transition. So let's take a look back at the replay. Green light through the chicane. A cone wobbled, but here at the OIDC we don't take that too seriously. Nice initiation from Masser in that lead position. You can see down though, just does catch a wheel on the outside zone 2. But this transition for me was Nasser being a little bit too greedy. You can see him on the inside. I don't think there was contact there personally. I think that was an over-rotation from Masser. And I think this one should be clear and cut by the judges unless they want to look at an alternative angle. Fingers crossed we'll get the graphic on the screen and we will be able to show you guys exactly who is the winner and who's going through. And they will pull down in front of our start line marshal down there at the start line to receive the decision. So it does look like Masser's 370Z isn't moving. Yeah, so we are going to have a look at an alternative angle. And it's going to be blinded by the smoke, unfortunately. So I'm not sure that camera angle is going to be much use to our judges. And a difficult one already, maybe, by the looks of things. So just trying to pinpoint the moment if there was any contact between these two guys. It doesn't look like it was from that angle. I was pretty focused there on the back end. That 370Z you could see just about through the smoke, the front bumper popping through. Oh, here we go, another alternative angle here. Very nice lead line though, I must say. That is very good from our 32nd place qualifier. Oh, I mean, we're talking close, very, very close. And if there was a rear end on that 370Z, it definitely would have put Masser into a spin. And Masser, I think he knows. So there we go. Judges taking a look back at the replay now to see if there was contact. It's super close though on that transition. Perfectly timed. And like I say, here we go. This is the camera angle the judges wanted to have a look at. I don't think there was, to be honest with you. I may be wrong. I am wrong quite a lot, as you probably all well know by now if you've been listening to my tones in the world of drifting commentary. Oh, sorry, apologise for that. Just trying to adjust my cables here in the tower. So here we go. It looks like the judges have got a decision. And we'll find out who is going through to the top 16. Yes, and there we go. It will be Nasser Al-Habali through competition. And I mentioned it yesterday. If you were watching qualifying, I see him yesterday morning at breakfast in the hotel, and he said to me, I'm either going to go home with a trophy or I'm going to go home with a broken car. And right about now, Nasser Al-Habali, well, he's doing exactly what he wanted to do. He top qualifying yesterday with a 94.3, untouched, unfazed. No one could contest him in qualifying, and managed to hold on to that first place qualifying spot all the way through from his first qualifying run to the end of qualifying. And right about now, he's looking stronger as he moves into top 16. Back onto the line to the next battle of the evening. It will be Clint Van Oort to chase down Rafat Al-Yahahi. And Rafat, a man that helped Clint Van Oort fix his car in the previous season, 2022. And now Rafat comes up against Mr. Van Oort from the Netherlands to put on a show. Oh, Rafat goes wide though, stalls up. A little contact there onto the door from Clint Van Oort. And once again, Rafat super wide. Could be four wheels off circuit. And now judges implementing a 0-0 in twin battle competition. So what does that mean? Well, it means that if one guy spins, the other guy has to complete the run. Or if one guy drops four wheels over the edge of the circuit, the other guy has to complete the run. So it doesn't mean you get a gift card straight into the next half of competition. You do have to fulfill your requirement as a lead or chase driver to put down a run. And I'm not too sure here if Clint Van Oort zeroed out as well on outside zone 4. Let's take a look. You can see Rafat there, clearly four wheels off circuit. And Clint Van Oort there did over-rotate. I wonder if he came off throttle anticipating Rafat spinning potentially. They do finish out the run, and I am listening into the judges as well. I do have a headset on listening to the judges as they discuss this competition all the way through, so I can give you the information as soon as I hear it. And I do believe that Clint Van Oort has been given a 10-0 advantage, so they are deeming Rafat Al-Yahahi to be at fault for that over-rotation of Clint. Well, there we go, back on the line, back into action. And Rafat Al-Yahawi now trying to chase down Clint Van Ort. Clint Van Ort up and gone, puts the hammer down, puts the foot through the floor. Very nice line from Clint Van Ort. Struggled in qualifying yesterday, struggled in practice, said that he just couldn't get his head in the game. Maybe a nice night, a chilled, relaxed evening. Has got himself back in the zone. Very nice stuff from Clint Van Ort. And now Rafat Al-Yahawi starts to shortcut the circuit, trying to gain some lost ground on Clint Van Ort. As Clint Van Ort puts down an absolute blinder of a lead line at the moment. Good show to the judges, the potential that this young Dutch driver has. And across the line he goes. So nice initiation, look at that, right to the edge of the circuit for Clint Van Ort. That was where a lot of points were lost yesterday in qualifying for drivers, and Clint Van Ort demonstrating how that initiation outside zone 2 and outside zone 3 can be connected flawlessly with a good initiation. Very, very nice line from Clint Van Ort. Rafat, as you can see there, does start to gain back some lost ground. And that stalls up on that transition for Rafat as we see Clint Van Ort there fulfilling outside zone 6. Once again you can see Rafat on the inside edge of the circuit, handbraking, trying to gain the lost ground by shortcutting the track, and judges won't see that in his favour. And there we go, decision in that quick, that one done and dusted. And I do believe Clint Van Ort does get the win and advances through, and there we go, officially made. Clint Van Ort through into top 16. He'll face off against Nasser Al-Habali in the top 16. We keep the action coming. Alan Hines up next to take on the American Nicholas Solomon. So your round 1 first place qualifier Hines off the line, took the third step on the podium at round 1. Nice initiation from Hines. Oh, Nicholas Solomon there just stalled up a little bit, took a bit too much of a bite out of that on initiation, and didn't want to make any contact, didn't want to leave anything out on the circuit. Now starts to lose some ground, does gain it back though, and this is a perfect opportunity to make it back on the transition, and drops wheels over the edge of the circuit as Nicholas Solomon takes too much out of it, fires that car too far across the track. Once again, another good place to gain back that lost ground was there on outside zone 5, but Alan Hines lays down a very, very nice lead run as Nicholas Solomon drops wheels off the edge of the circuit. Alan Hines fulfilling the requirements as a lead driver and giving Nicholas Solomon all of the opportunity for a perfect lead run. Let's take a look at the mistake from Nicholas Solomon. Look at that, goes in, and you can see he has to adjust on that initiation, and that really throws him off there and lose a little bit of ground. So Alan Hines there taking a look, and yeah, once again, look at that for Nicholas Solomon, wheels off the edge of the circuit. That will be points deducted. So Alan Hines lays down a nice lead run there for Nicholas Solomon. Unfortunately, Nicholas Solomon not taking the advantage there to make that proximity back. So Alan Hines back in the tyre warming area, having a chat with his good friend Reece Tatterson, who took the win here during the week at the virtual drift competition that we had, where we had real life drivers versus virtual drivers, and Reece Tatterson taking the win, taking a trophy home, an unexpected trophy home from his trip to Oman. So we are waiting for these guys to get the all clear. I do believe we have a little clear up on the track, them cones knocked down. And there we go, a green light ready to rock and roll. Nicholas Solomon to lead out Alan Hines. And Solomon, nice initiation, very wide on the circuit, trying to drive away. Now he's going to try and put a little bit of distance between himself and Alan Hines. But Alan Hines not one to be messed around with. Look at that drone shot, perfectly positioned out on outside zone 3. Look at Hines tucked up on the door, good transition back into outside zone 4 now. Hines want to start forcing the pressure on to the side of that E92 BMW as we see Nicholas Solomon, nice transition. Alan Hines a little wobble there, went for the early transition, had to back out and get back into it again, as now Nicholas Solomon comes out of outside zone 6. Hines comes through the smoke, looks for the door, a little bit of separation, but nevertheless good from both of these guys. So here we go, take a look back at the replay. A very, very nice lead line there on outside zone 3 for Nicholas Solomon. Good transition back, but there was no escaping the hold of Alan Hines, as he just had him in enough distance, just kept close enough for him. There, look at that little transition, little wobble. I think we're splitting hairs here on what was a very nice battle between these two guys. Very clean, very fair. And Nicholas Solomon doing everything he could. He said to me last night when the battle tree was announced that he had Alan Hines in, he said, I'm done. He said, there is no way I'm going to get through to top 16 against that young man. Well, there we go. Alan Hines gets the win, advances through, and a shame to see Solomon out so early. But that is the tough game. That is top 32 competition. So we're back on the line. We do have, as I say, Muscle Marnie, a man that qualified 9th yesterday. He said all of this seat time, all of this competition, he said, all comes down to sim drifting. He said, I jumped on the sim and I've started to learn it. I started to implicate those skills and those lessons into my real life driving. And he said that the skill and the practice has pushed me. And there we go. It looks like we're going to have a bye run for Hussein Muscle Marnie, as Nasser does not make it to the line. And Muscle Marnie will be absolutely ecstatic with that. And this man yesterday put on 2 very, very consistent qualifying runs. Big error there though as he drops a wheel over the edge of the circuit, but nevertheless I think that'll be top 32 nerves creeping in for Hussein Muscle Marnie, and probably a little bit of excitement looking across on the start line saying, well, I don't have an opponent. So all of this excitement, all of these nerves I built up in the last couple of hours and last night thinking about battling Nasser, well, they're all gone, because now I get a gift into the top 16, and well, we have to sit down and re-evaluate it, because our next battle of competition will be Alan Hines. So we go, just taking a look back at the replay of the bye run from Hussein Muscle Marnie. And there's a quarter of our top 32 drivers already through into battle. And we go back on the line. Benedict Cherby, a 4th place qualifier, to take on Beckett Al Hajeri. And Beckett's crew yesterday, last night, when I walked down to the paddock, were cheering and jumping up and down in pure excitement to know that they had managed to get themselves in to top 32 competition, but a tough contender ahead for them, as we see Benedict Cherby absolutely flying. Wheel on that yellow line right to the edge of the circuit. Beckett though comes for a little shortcut, goes on the inside of the circuit trying to gain some ground he's lost, and again does it there on outside zone 4. Very scrappy chase, which should be clean, because Benedict Cherby is giving Beckett all the opportunity for a nice chase run with that clean lead line, and Beckett there shutting it down. Maybe a misshift into outside zone 7 for Beckett. On a late initiation, wrong side of the circuit really for Beckett, should have been on the rear bumper. We see her around 1. I did talk about it quite a fair bit in top 32 competition. A lot of these guys not taking the opportunity to get onto that back bumper and follow the lead car in and initiate at the same time to try and get that dive down to outside zone 1 up until the door. It's a mid-line through from outside zone 1 to outside zone 2, and they need to be really on the back bumper, otherwise you find yourself on the inside of the circuit struggling to gain any kind of proximity towards the door. And that was the mistake there made by Beckett, and another one right there on screen as we see a misshift potentially coming into that final outside zone. So Beckett making his way back to the start line. Benedict Cherby taking an opportunity to just maybe scrub some of the rubber off the front tyres that's been picked up from his lead. And now we swap around Cherba to chase Beckett Al-Hajiri to lead him in, as the team are allocated a few moments to just try and cool down the radiators and intercoolers on the front of these cars. And there we go, Beckett crawls to the line, ready to lead out the Lithuanian driver Benediktas Cherba. And look at this Cherba already back off the line, waiting to get a nice lead, a nice pull up through that chicane down. You can see Cherba goes for that initiation behind the lead car, perfectly where he needs to be, because you can see there he gets that line in. And now Beckett was on a very nice lead line until he fell out of outside zone 3. Cherba going to struggle to chase this one, I believe. Nice dive, Cherba playing with fire right there. Unpredictable lead from Beckett at the moment, and Cherba took a big risk on that transition, as now Benediktas Cherba once again is going to go for a wild transition through into outside zone 5. Beckett super wide, wheels off the edge of the circuit, and you can see Benediktas Cherba holding on, trying to get himself into the groove, goes for the transition back, dives onto the door. Very well played by Benediktas Cherba. And we're going to take a look back at the replay. And you can see Benediktas Cherba took a risk here. Watch this. Beckett offline, goes for the transition. Oh, I'm going to miss it, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. And yeah, there we go. Look at this. I think an easy decision. Benediktas Cherba getting the win, advancing through into competition. And yeah, as I was just going to say, Cherba, he took a big risk there. He didn't need to make that kind of dive. He didn't need to make that kind of move onto the door of Beckett, but he did. And goes to show the level of talent that Lithuanian has, because it was a risky move. We move it back to the line to one that I'm not sure how this one is going to play out. Rostislav Rarohovsky to chase down the Omani national, Riyad Al-Mubsali. And Rostislav, a very capable driver behind the wheel of that 2JZ powered Toyota GT86, but let's not take it away from Riyad Al-Mubsali. These Omani drivers, we spoke about it a lot, I talk about it a lot, because the first time I came here, these guys were learning from the international drivers. They were trying to hone their skills, trying to improve themselves as drivers, and now we see the Omani nationals qualifying higher than the internationals. And a very nice initiation from Mubsali as he puts a bit of separation between himself and Rostislav Rarohovsky. Oh, and he's DB'd. He's DB'd as Riyad Al-Mubsali. He's going to try and finish this run out. Can he hold on to it? The 2JZ powered Mark IV Toyota Supra made it awkward on transition, and you can see it's put wheels over the edge of the circuit. Now Rostislav Rarohovsky can get a dive onto the door. He runs the wall with just 3 tyres on the car as Riyad Al-Mubsali wants to hold on to this one. Gets a perfect line in outside zone 6 as Rostislav takes another bite out of it. The transition back hurts him. Oh, and almost a big spin, and incomplete, in fact, for Rostislav Rarohovsky. Right, so I've turned the headset up in my ears so I can have a listen to the judges. I have to turn them down a little bit because they talk a lot of nonsense half the time. Look at the D-bead straight away on initiation. We only see it once yesterday, and that was from Clint Van Ort. He managed to hold on to it, but unfortunately couldn't finish the run. That transition, though, you could see how it affected the balance of the car. It put the wheels over the edge of the circuit, so he is bleeding points by the judges. There is no tyre on that. That has literally rolled up into a ball. It's probably as wide as a motorbike tyre at the moment, as Riyad Al-Mubsali goes to fulfill the run. Look at the line in outside zone 6, incredible. Now watch Rostislav Rarohovsky, takes a bite, over rotates, he doesn't finish the run. So, well, we're trying to I'm getting hounded by my good friend Grynia in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are tuned in and you are Ukrainian and you want to listen to a native speaker, please go over and check the YouTube channel of Grynia. He will be giving you all of the comments and more, and commentary and more in Ukrainian. And he's scolding me over here, saying that I'm not supporting the Ukrainian driver. Well, it was an incomplete, technically. So we're trying to listen into the judges now, find out exactly what's going on. And unlike the, I mean, if you're familiar with the Drift Masters European Championship, those guys not allowed to change a tyre, are not allowed a 5-minute rule. But I do believe that Rostislav Worochowski is very angry inside the car. He's not too happy with what's going on here. He obviously see the D-bead and maybe thinks that this should be an incomplete for Mabsali, but that does not how it works here at the OIDC. We do allow these guys a 5-minute rule. D-bead can be changed from what I was understanding a moment ago.
امور الامن والسلامه اللي اكيد حاضره اولا باول. نذكر من جديد بالقائمه الخاصه بالحكام. معنا كيرن، معنا فيرن، وضاح، سعود الرواحي، خالد المنجي. اكيد في علم ومعرفه عن المتسابقين المشاركين كانوا موجودين معنا في البطولات السابقه. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are waiting for Riyad al-Mabsali. I think he has a problem.
So I do believe we are going to give Riyad al-Mabsali a 5-minute rule to change just that one tyre for the D-bead, and by the sounds of things, judges are deeming a 10-0 advantage to Riyad al-Mabsali for the mistake at the end of the run by Rostislav Worochowski. As you see, he didn't complete the run. He drove off the edge of the circuit, and I do understand the argument. Grinya is very upset alongside me, a fellow Ukrainian to Rostislav Worochowski, but we do have to take in all the technicalities, ladies and gentlemen. That is part of drifting, and that is why we do have 3 judges upstairs above us in another room, and those judges, as you probably already know, but I'm going to tell you again, Kieran Hines, our head judge, alongside him, international drift judge Vernon Zvaneveld, and now I do believe another international drift judge, Wada Ukba. Those guys upstairs making all the difficult decisions happen, and well, it looks like we are ready to go back on the line. It will be Rostislav Worochowski to lead out Riyad al-Mabsali, and this one, I mean, who knows what is going to happen after this. I do believe there probably will be a protest by Worochowski, contending that it probably wasn't chaseable with the car on 3 wheels. Well, here we go. We're going to find out what the second half of the run entails. Nice initiation from Rostislav Worochowski. Absolutely lays down a clinic on that initiation. Does go wheels off the edge of the circuit, just trying to drive away. You can see him super focused in the car, putting everything he can. And now Mabsali, oh wow, goes for a brave transition, but now he's all over the circuit, wavering and wandering. Can't seem to hold that car together as Rostislav Worochowski puts down an incredible lead, and this is what I think Rostislav Worochowski was hoping to do, throw Mabsali off so much that he can't put down a lead, and that was very, very poor from Riyad al-Mabsali. So here we go, let's take a look back at the replay. Rostislav Worochowski absolutely fires in that Toyota 2JZ GT86, and Mabsali just can't seem to hang. Well, yeah, and it's going to be a one more time. I think a one more time is the best way to solve this one. So a one more time for Rostislav Worochowski and Riyad al-Mabsali, and we wait to get Rostislav off the circuit, back into the paddock, and can just take a look out of the commentary tower window and see him driving away. We move it along to the next battle. It will be Noor Dawood to chase down Ahmed Al Amri, the Omani national, in that crazy S15 to take on the American female driver, the only female driver of the OIDC in 2023. And Noor Dawood said to our judging panel, the only thing I want to do in 2023 is qualify at OIDC, and she made that dream come true last night. And there we go, the pace difference you can see absolutely gone. Off the line is Ahmed Al Amri, and Ahmed Al Amri not messing around. Again, another Omani national that has improved massively in the last 4 years of my visits here to Oman, and now looking to get himself a spot in that top 16. But it's all very well having the pace and the grip to drive away from that chase car, but can he tame the beast when it comes to the chase of Noor Dawood? As Noor Dawood now in the background there, you can see miles away, no proximity, and Ahmed Al Amri lays down a very, very nice lead line. So there we go, we're looking back at the replay, you can see that separation already from the start line was another. I think Noor Dawood wasn't expecting Ahmed Al Amri to get up and gone through that chicane as quick as he did, and he pulled a lot of distance on Noor Dawood throughout the run. And Ahmed Al Amri now has, as I say, to tame the beast, as it would be, as we can see the stunning views of Muscat here in Oman, and you can see how much the OIA has grown in the last 4 years. A lot of activities, a lot of new buildings, and a lot more stuff to do, a lot more to partake in when you come here. This is now a motorsport and fun complex, not just a drift arena, but what a drift arena it is, and what battles we've seen in the past 4 years. There we go, back on the line, Noor Dawood to lead out Ahmed Al Amri. Both guys give the thumbs up. Anti-lag fires from out of the bonnet of Noor Dawood's BMW E46. Tentative initiation from Dawood, but gets on that qualifying line. Not a bad line whatsoever. She tries to get to outside zone 3, just fails to get there early. Gets back on power, now starts to find herself in the groove. And Ahmed Al Amri doing a nice job to try and tame that S15. Wheels dropped from Noor Dawood. As Al Amri, you can see, working that foot brake, modulating the throttle, modulating the power, just trying to do enough to keep the judges impressed that he can cope with any situation handed to him. As Noor Dawood now looks for the transition back for outside zone 7. Al Amri on the foot brake, tentative, holds on to it and across the line. So we can see how well Noor Dawood there dealt with the pressure from Ahmed Al Amri, and we can see how well Ahmed Al Amri adjusted himself as a driver to chase down Noor Dawood. Obviously visibly slower than what Ahmed Al Amri is throughout the circuit. And again, another decision I think that could be potentially pretty easy for our judging panel this afternoon. Well, there we go. Our start line marshal calling Noor Dawood towards him to receive the decision. And there we go. Ahmed Al Amri gets the win and advances through to a top 16. Well, here we go. This one, a battle of the Omani nationals. These two have been battling for a while now, and a lot of to and fro's between these two guys, but there will be nothing more than Tariq Al Shahani would want than to beat Haytham Al Hadidi for a spot in the top 16. Hadidi sits on the line, the lower qualifier. The car braking in his first qualifying run, had one run to get it done and had to keep it safe. With Tariq Al Shahani doing a good job in both his qualifying runs, but did have an impact with the wall. The team working hard to get that car fixed, and it looks like he's working 100% now. Oh, Hadidi all over the show there, big wavering and wandering. Looks like that car's gripped up to the max, but Shahani not giving him really a nice lead to follow as he transitions into outside zone 4. Tariq Al-Shahani onto that outside line now. Here comes Haytham Al-Hadidi as he looks for the side of that orange 180SX. A wild transition back for Hadidi as he goes for the door. Tariq Al-Shahani goes way wide in outside zone 6, holds it together right to the edge of the circuit. A transition back across the line, and Hadidi a little bit shocked there on that one. I don't think he was ready for what Tariq Al-Shahani had to offer. With that wavering and wondering, you can see that wheel off the tarmac for Hadidi, and that really upset him. The line into outside zone 3 for Tariq Al-Shahani. Not the cleanest, not the nicest by any means of the sense, but nevertheless gets it done. And Haytham Al-Hadidi was the one behind making those mistakes. Shallow transition to outside zone 5 by the looks of things. Look at that, outside zone 6 though, absolutely dialed in right to the edge of the circuit, and a nice end to the run. Tariq Al-Shahani looking strong. Well, back on the line, Hadidi now to lead out Tariq Al-Shahani. And Tariq Al-Shahani in that Chevrolet V8 powered orange and black Nissan 200SX S13 potentially feels like he has a little advantage here with that lead run compared to the mistakes made by Haytham Al-Hadidi. A very nice lead there, look at that, right to the edge of the circuit. I'm not sure if he checked up a little bit there. I think he came up a little bit short on outside zone 5. Actually taking a look back at it again, hard to see from that camera angle. Would have been nice to see him from the opposite side of the circuit, how he fared in that outside zone. Well, looks like the judges are set on their first half of the run and they want to get the second half underway. Tyres smoked from Tariq Al-Shahani. Now this one going to come down to a game of pace and grip. Look at that front wheel clean off the tarmac for Haytham Al-Hadidi. Now he starts to get himself into it. Wheels dropped for Tariq in outside zone 2. Understeer from Tariq. Oh, and now it starts to fall apart for Tariq Al-Shahani. Goes for a wild transition, dials on the angle, almost makes contact with the back end of that Red Bull S15 as they get into the outside zone. Shahani looking to make a move on Haytham Al-Hadidi as Hadidi sets himself up for outside zone 6, but Tariq Al-Shahani fights back, gets himself into the pocket and across the line. So let's take a look here. Yeah, wheels off circuit for Tariq Al-Shahani, and that brings him up short there for outside zone 3, and you can see catches understeer, dials on the angle there and brings him up short once again and makes a big dive here into outside zone 4. Kind of makes it pay off to a degree because he does get himself back in the fight on this transition here. Again, gains a little bit of ground. Both guys carrying weird angle through outside zone 5. You can see Haytham Al-Hadidi just trying to fire on the angle, just trying to upset that chase driver. And we await to see the decision of this one as Hadidi pulls up to receive the decision. A tough one for the judges, as I can hear them in the background saying not the cleanest lead or chase from either driver. And look at these two guys, good friends. And there we go, moving it on. It will be Haytham Al-Hadidi to advance through to the top 16. And I can only assume that down to the mistakes of the chase from Tariq Al-Shahani. Well, here we go. We're on to the second half of our top 32 bracket, and we move it along to our second place qualifier. Timur Lipski to lead out the Australian Irishman, Mick Kelly. Mick Kelly on the line to chase down Timur Lipski. Mick Kelly having that big impact yesterday before qualifying. Took that car to the wall. The team, again, worked hard, get them repaired. But Timo Lipski, the Ukrainian driver, absolutely on rails. And he is up and gone already as he leaves Mick Kelly in a cloud of smoke on initiation. Mick Kelly struggling now to match the pace. Oh, wheels off track, and he's going to come up close to the wall. He makes it work, does Timo Lipski, as the bumper flexes down, drags along the floor. Timo Lipski, an error creeping into those impeccable lead lines that we see yesterday in qualifying, as the Ukrainian driver now finds himself in outside zone 6. Mick Kelly coming up short all over the circuit, just trying to gain back any kind of lost ground. Look at that lead line from Timo Lipski. There we go, taking a look back. You can see Mick Kelly where it all kind of went wrong on the inside on initiation, wheel on the inside edge of the circuit. And comes up way short on those outside zones. You can see no proximity whatsoever from the Irish Australian. As Timo Lipski does drop wheels here, there and everywhere on the circuit, but does make it work, and not as bad error made from Timo Lipski as we see from Mick Kelly. So Mick Kelly now the opportunity to lead out Timo Lipski. Light goes green, and that green Nissan 206 S13 V8 power screams down the circuit. Wheels on the inside once again from Mick Kelly, keeps himself away from that midline. Judges not want to see that. Does make it to outside zone 3 there, but falls away super early, and this is making it difficult for Lipski to battle. As you can see, Lipski wants to be on that qualifying line, and he's struggling to keep with Mick Kelly on and off of that qualifying line. They transition back to outside zone 5. Mick Kelly kind of makes it there, dials on the angle too early, falls away from outside zone 6 as Timo Lipski lost in a cloud of smoke behind. They transition, no outside zone 7 for Mick Kelly, and Timo Lipski did a very, very good job there to chase down a poor lead line. So here we go, we can see the mistakes from Mick Kelly in that lead position. You can see Timo Lipski, where he positioned his car on the circuit, he assumed that Mick Kelly would be further out, further across the circuit from where he was, and Timo Lipski dealt with this poor lead line very, very well, in my opinion. As Mick Kelly, even on this transition here, you can see the way he dialed on the angle, found himself way short, way on the inside edge of the circuit. Not where the judges wanted him to be. Nevertheless, I think Mick Kelly would have been happy to just get that car repaired and get back out onto the track for competition yesterday, let alone today in top 32. And there we go, decisions in. And we can confirm, or we do believe it was Timo Lipski. Yeah, there we go. Just took a few moments time. Timo Lipski gets the win, advances through into the top 16. Ali Al-Balushi on the line next to take on the British driver Ian Biz Phillips. Lalu, as they like to call him around these parts, the Omani driver, the local hero, the man that always gets the crowd screaming his name, and sits in the lead position against Ian Biz Phillips. And Lalu off the line through in that white 180SX V8 hanging out the bonnet. Nice initiation from Lalu as he now dials on the angle, looks for outside zone 2, just about gets there, gets himself into outside zone 3. As Ian Biz Phillips now starts to dial on the angle, starts to apply the pressure, looks for the transition, gets it done a little shallow there on that transition for Biz Phillips. Nevertheless, manages to make his way through the smoke, gets into outside zone 4, does Lalu, looks for the transition as Biz Phillips once again on the back bumper, runs the back bumper along the wall, and scares himself a little bit there, has to back out of it. Now allows Lalu to begin to drive away as Phillips finishes up the run. Big error there from Ian Biz Phillips. So Lalu is looking for outside zone 2. Yeah, just about get there. Nice entry into outside zone 3, not as deep as what we'd like to have seen him, but he does fulfill that zone completely. Little wobble here from Phillips to the front wheel straight. I think he stalled up on that transition, just waiting to get the job done. Dials on the angle here, but this is where it all goes wrong. He finds himself lost on the transition, and it wasn't helped by Lalou not being as wide on outside zone 4 as what the judges probably would have liked to have seen him, and I think that positioned Ian Bliss-Phillips in the wrong place to transition, and he found himself on the wall and wheels off circuit. So Ian Phillips now gets the opportunity to lead out Ali Al-Balushi, and our safety team there just checking over Balushi's car. Yeah, looked like a bonnet pin maybe come undone. You can see the bonnet there lifting up. So I wanted to make sure that was safe before these two guys run down into battle. And Ian Phillips now to lead out Balushi. Green light for go. And Ian Bliss-Phillips up through the chicane and away. Wants to try and put some separation. Not wide enough on that initiation though. Finds himself mid-track. Does get out to outside zone 2 though, as Ian Bliss-Phillips, a big handbrake drag from outside zone 3. Manages to get there. Does fulfill the zone, but that allows Balushi to get up close and starts to play with a little bit of danger now, as Ian Phillips once again a strange line into outside zone 4. Makes it work. Does get there, but Balushi now turning the screw, trying to keep himself out of danger as Ian Phillips goes for the transition, looks for outside zone 6. Balushi with him. Balushi playing with Ian Bliss-Phillips behind now. Needs to make the dive. Needs to get the job done. Phillips in outside zone 7 across the line, and Balushi on the bumper. So Ian Bliss-Phillips, you can see there that initiation initiated too far into the centre of the circuit. Needed to be wider for outside zone 1, and that kind of upset that line, hence why he had to use quite a bit of handbrake for outside zone 3. Now these little mistakes creeping in from Ian Bliss-Phillips was allowing Balushi to get up close and personal. And here we go. It looks like the decision has already been given to our drivers, and we await for it to pop up onto the screen. There we go. Ali Al-Balushi gets the win, advances on, and Balushi, well, he'll be happy with that one. We're going to go back to the one more time battle between Riyad Al-Mabsali and Rostislav Rarahovsky. And these guys on the line are ready to rock and roll. It will be the Ukraine driver Rostislav Rarahovsky to take on Riyad Al-Mabsali the one more time. Cone's knocked, no problem here. Riyad Al-Mabsali looks to do exactly what he did last time. No DB this time from Riyad Al-Mabsali. Locks up that front wheel. He's heavily on the foot brake. Judge will be taking a look at that one. Does get into outside zone 3, but now Rostislav Rarahovsky applies the pressure. He knows the moves. He knows exactly what Riyad Al-Mabsali is going to do. Very nice lead. Good transition from Mabsali as he's in and on outside zone 4. Looks for that white line. He gets there. Oh, what a strange transition from Rostislav Rarahovsky as he goes wheels off circuit. So does Riyad Al-Mabsali though on outside zone 6 as he pushes that car super wide. Nice transition, but he comes up a little short from Riyad Al-Mabsali. Just about gets into the outside zone. Nice initiation there from Riyad Al-Mabsali right to the edge of the circuit. Heavy on that foot brake though. Judges will be looking at that. And judges saying that use of the foot brake in that full throttle zone is allowed, but they didn't want to see heavy use of it to the point where the car slowed. There we go. That was a big mistake from Rostislav Rarahovsky. He was way in the fight here, and it was just that transition left it a little too late, and when he transitioned put himself on the wheels off circuit, and again the same there from Mabsali. Left the transition too late, come up a little short, and now these guys swapped around and ready to do it once again as Rostislav Rarahovsky leads out Riyad Al-Mabsali. Nice initiation from Rostislav Rarahovsky. Oh, and a big catch of understeer as Rostislav goes wheels off track, and unfortunately for Mabsali, the end of the weekend for him. That understeer forced him clear off track, as Rostilev now will fulfill his lead role. And Rorohovsky looks for that final transition into outside zone 7. Nicely done, and across the line, and that one a very, very easy decision for the judges, and unfortunate for Mavsali. Look at it, just trying to, just car never reacted, just literally put him off the edge of the circuit. Unfortunately, end of the weekend for him, and Rorohovsky there keeps it clean, keeps himself safe in the game. So there we go, we need to make it official. Rostilev Rorohovsky pulls up to receive his decision, and I'm sure he'll be happy with this one. He wasn't too happy with the one more time from our judges. I'm sure he'll be happy to get this one done and dusted. A little sigh of relief potentially from the Ukrainian driver. And there we go, Rostilev Rorohovsky gets the win. A little jump of joy. He says, finally some luck going my way. I think he thought it was all over in that first battle. So there we go, another driver into the show. We're going to go back to the opposite side of the bracket now and continue on with our run through top 32 competition, where we will see Ali Maksid to take on the Latvian driver Edgars Krogeris. And we only have 5 more battles after the next one before top 32 is decided. As I said, we will have a small break. If you've tuned in before, you know we like to take our time here. We like to create a nice feel, a nice experience, as we like to say. Look at that view as the sun breaks through the clouds here. And there we go. You guys keep up to date with the battle scores, as you can see who has made it through, where they are, and who they are battling. As you can see, Ali Maksid to take on Edgars Krogeris, Bagzi to take on Mohamed Abulzai, Vasily Askas to take on the Malaysian Fu Wei Shun, Iab Abu Falat to take on Saeed Ahmed, Ahmed Daham to take on Samir Sabeh, and Nicholas Bertans to take on Dennis Miguel. So that's what we got coming up. Who will make it through into top 16? And once we get that top 32 battle, the final battle done and decided, and we do have that battle tree all planned out, we will have a 10 to 15 minute break where we will organise our top 16 parade, and we will also have a minute's silence in remembrance for a very dear friend of ours, Habib Al-Zawawi, who unfortunately passed away yesterday. A huge shock for everyone here at the OIA and the OIDC, especially myself. Worked with Habib for the last 4 years, an incredible man, and such passion for not only motorsport, for all sports in general. A football commentator, a rally commentator, a drift commentator. He loved all form of sports, but motorsport and drifting was by far one of his favourites. He will be dearly missed. We move it back on to the line then. Maksid, one of the fastest men around this circuit. Well, let's see how fast he is against Edgars Krogeris. Finished 4th last weekend. And look at this from Krogeris. No messing around. He knows the pace from Maksid. Oh, falls down though on the inside edge of the circuit. Krogeris needs to keep his nose clean here and put on a good show. Good transition back from Maksid, and Krogeris. Wheels drop though here, there and everywhere from Maksid in that lead position as Krogeris looks for the door. That GT86 transitions back. Nicely done from Krogeris. Onto the throttle as Maksid hammers down. Tries to drive away. A big dive across outside zone 6 for Krogeris, and it didn't pay out as Maksid gets into 7 and across the line. Well, look at this big knock of the cones down there for Ali Maksid. He absolutely tries to fly away. Look at that freewheel motion from behind, like a lowrider from Krogeris. Spoke to him last night and he said, wow man, this is going to be a tough first battle in top 32 against Ali Maksid. Maksid though wheels off circuit. You can hear the judges in the background there just mentioning certain things that Maksid was doing. Nice transition. Look at that, the way he positions himself. And Maksid though up and gone as soon as he transitioned, on throttle gone, and that dive there from Krogeris kind of messed him up a little bit. The Latvian took too much out of it, that dive across outside zone 6. Nevertheless, a nice chase against a man that is very much feared in the paddock for being one of the fastest cars and one of the most talented drivers here in the OIDC, the Q80 driver Ali Maqseed. So back on the line, swapped around, as you can see. The sun going down here in Oman now. We start to see those lights on the start line come into effect to create that atmosphere. Green light for go. What's Quarterfinal got? He needs to put down a clinical lead, and he's got an absolute gangster initiation. Ali Maqseed, though, not letting him get away. Oh, a little wobble on the steering wheel there for Quarterfinal as he dials himself into outside zone 3. He needs to put down a cleaner lead line than what Maqseed did. Judges mentioning wheels off, but nothing from Quarterfinal. But look at this from Ali Maqseed as he applies the pressure. Looks for that carbon Kevlar door. Oh, early transition from Maqseed to try and slot in back up onto the door. No such luck though as Quarterfinal dials on the angle in outside zone 6. Maqseed goes for it. Looks for 7. A little wishy and washy across the line from Ali Maqseed. Well, look at this initiation from Quarterfinal right to the edge of the circuit. No messing around. Fires in that carbon Kevlar F22 BMW. A little wobble on the steering wheel there, though, and I think that kind of upset his lead line because Maqseed there had to adjust that to slow down. You can see him working the steering wheel in that BMW to try and make sure he didn't fall off circuit, didn't put wheels off. And Edgars Quarterfinal getting punished there a little bit on that transition. Once again, dials on too much angle on outside zone 6, and that allows Maqseed to make a dive. But that transition there for Maqseed, not the cleanest. Maybe trying to avoid any form of contact. They kept it clean though. What is the decision? Who's going to make it through to the top 16? So there we go, one more time. Best way to decide that one. Well, I tell you what, Ali Maqseed wouldn't have assumed that, and I'm telling you now, Edgars Quarterfinal probably didn't think he would be in that position after this. So, Quarterfinal, another shot at top 16. Don't forget, 4th place last weekend. Maybe trying to earn some more points and progress through the championship. You'll be watching the battle sheets very, very closely as today unfolds. We go back on the line. It'll be the one and only Steve Bagsy Biagioni, the 2022 Oman International Drift Champion. Well, he takes on Hamid Bullseye. And there we go, the Malaysian driver doing his best. Didn't manage to get out in competition at round 1 due to engine failure, but now has to battle the former champ. Makes a big dive across the circuit, does Bullseye, looking for the side of that PS13. Oh, once again from Bullseye, nice dive, but goes wheels off circuit, potentially 3 wheels off for Bullseye as they come through the smoke trail left before Bagsy on that clean lead line. Oh, a weird transition from Bullseye, almost making contact with that PS13 of Bagsy's as Bullseye once again looks for Bagsy, looks for the transition into outside zone 7 across the line, and Bullseye dive into the door. So look desperate there from Bullseye, Mohammed Bullseye. Bagsy, nice line there, outside zone 2 a little wobbly, had to make it work. Gets into outside zone 3 though, very nice line as you can see, up close and personal to the wall, to the right edge of the white line. Good transition back, a little stall up, but and then there Bullseye fires that car off circuit, tries to dive across the track into outside zone 4. And whoa, that was close, that was a big dive, and that was almost contact for both of those guys. As Bullseye does everything he can to try and keep himself in the fight. Bagsy puts down a nice lead line, and will probably be rewarded by the judges for that. Well, guys make their way back to the start line, back to the run-in to outside zone 1. It will be Bagsy to chase down Bullseye, the Malaysian driver, for that spot in the top 16. Only 5 more left after this battle. We do have the one more time between Ali Maqseed and Edgars Quarterfinal. And a small pause for some reason. Not sure if there was a hold up on track, potentially. There we go. Bagsy does pull to the line, chasing down Bullseye. Well, here we go. Bullseye needs to put in that clean lead. Accelerates away. Nice enough initiation, but goes for a little dive across the circuit and upsets outside zone 2. Bagsy trying to deal with this one as Bullseye, not the cleanest on that lead, goes super wide into the wall. It upsets the car as Bagsy transitions through the smoke too early. Bullseye fires that car clean off track. Bagsy has to almost shut it down completely and reinitiate as he allows Bullseye the opportunity to get back on track. And once again, Bullseye wide, takes out the barrier. Bagsy takes out the body panels. And Bullseye says, well, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory as they get it done and across the line. And, wow, Bullseye there destroyed everything on that S15 just to try and drive away from Bagsy. But unfortunately, not going to work this time as the 2022 champion looks to have took one step further in competition. That wall tag from Bullseye really upset him, and you can see the momentum used, carried him across the circuit, fired him back onto the initiation. Bagsy gives him the room there. I think he knows that he's a little bit shaken, and this is where he goes super wide, avoids serious contact. Bagsy disposes of the body panels, and unfortunately Bagsy has to fall away out of that qualifying line just to stay somewhere close to Bullseye. And there we go, the back of that S15 destroyed, and Bagsy arrives up to receive the decision. And Bullseye, I think he just says congratulations, and there we go. Bagsy gets the win, advances through into the top 16. And he'll be happy to get that first battle done and dusted and out of the way. So we're going to look now to see whether we're going to go back to the one more time between Max Seed and Hamdan and Kagaris. No, we're going to move it on. Fu Wei Shern to take on Andreas Vasiliauskas. Vasiliauskas was on rails last night. Third place qualified at 92.3. Tied with Timo Lipski, only came down to that second run, I do believe, to sort the order out. And Fu Wei Shern, a Malaysian champion, but struggling here on the bigger stage, trying to find some form, and he goes up against a Lithuanian titan right now as Andreas Vasiliauskas, very fast through that first corner, very fast into initiation. Can Fu Wei Shern hang, or will this one end in tears? Here we go, we're going to find out. Through the gears, down they come. Nice initiation from Vasiliauskas, and there we go. Fu Wei Shern almost failed to initiate there, had to wait to see where Vasiliauskas was going to go, and Fu Wei Shern on the inside of the circuit watches Vasiliauskas drive away from him. That nice wide line, wheels off circuit for Andreas Vasiliauskas though. That car gets a little loose. Wow, and almost contact as Fu Wei Shern finds himself way on the wrong part of the circuit on transition on the inside edge of the track as they transition back for outside zone 7. Fu Wei Shern once again on the inside of the circuit. Well, there we go. We can see Vasiliauskas. This is, for me, a big mistake from Andreas Vasiliauskas. Fires the car across. So look at this. 1, 2. He's flirting with 3 wheels off track there. But look at this mistake from Fu Wei Shern. Way on the inside. 2 wheels off the inside of the circuit. And almost causing an accident between Andreas Vasiliauskas. So judges wanted to see a few multiple angles of the replay here to find out, and it looks like we do have some Lithuanian support in the house. Look at this, some big flags being waved on the grandstand, and we can see Vasiliauskas down there at the back end of the circuit in that tyre warming area, cooling down the car, and even having water sprayed on him inside the car. So that's a new one, never seen that before. I've seen those Barry powered air blowers cooling drivers down, but never Never a pit crew squirting water on the driver. That's a new one. That's a new one here in the Middle East. You never know what you're going to find. So we are waiting to find out what the judges are trying to look for. We're getting some cones replaced on the track. And there we go, our marshal safely over the wall. And it looks like both our drivers on the line, ready to go. Freeway Shern to lead out Andreas Vasiliauskas. Hazards on, headlights flashing. Here we go, Vasiliauskas now to try and deal with the lead line from Freeway Shern. In and out of that zone, keeps it clean though as Freeway Shern now starts to lay down a pretty decent lead line. Goes free, almost 4 wheels off track, runs the tyre on the bumpers. He's way off that qualifying line. Oh, and a stall up, a massive stall up for Freeway Shern as he comes into outside zone 4. And contact between him and Andreas Vasiliauskas. Would love to see a replay. That one just kind of come out of nowhere. Not even I was prepared for that one as Freeway Shern finishes up the run. So here we go. Let's take a look back at this. Nice initiation from Freeway Shern. On the foot brake, kind of strange line, makes it work, gets into outside zone 3. Does go super wide though, loses all grip, runs the tyres on the tyre wall, but they transition back. Yeah, he's off throttle there, you can see the rear wheel's not spinning whatsoever. He knows he's going off circuit, and Vasiliauskas unfortunately nowhere to go through the smoke on the dive on transition, does make contact. And Freeway Shern there, I do believe, going to be deemed at fault for that contact. You know, you can't be transitioning that car in full throttle zone and then lifting off the throttle and spinning. And he says sorry to Vasiliauskas. Well, I'm sure if he needs to lend him some parts, he can, that's for sure. So Vasiliauskas just assessing the damage on the side of that carbon Kevlar BMW E92. And I do believe the decision has been in and gone, and I do believe it was Andreas Vasiliauskas getting the win and moving through. We move it back to the one more time battle between Ali Makseed and Edgars Kogeres. And well, a little bit of time probably in the pits there for Ali Makseed to think about what he's going to do in this one, because Edgars Kogeres is no pushover by any means. As I mentioned, 4th place on the podium at round 1. This guy is hungry for another podium, another shot at podium, sorry. Through the gears they go. Nice initiation from Makseed, and now we'll try and get a concept to the speed from Makseed, but nothing can compare him or prepare him, sorry, for Edgars Kogeres, as Makseed does what he did in qualifying. That was go super wide into that wall. Car got loose on that outside line, and now Ali Makseed waits to see if Edgars Kogeres can keep up with him. He can on that transition, gets into outside zone 6. Kogeres goes for a little look up the inside, waits for the transition back as Kogeres keeps his distance away from Makseed across the line. Well, look at this. I was expecting, and I think Kogeres was expecting, for Makseed to drive away, and he didn't. But look at this, he goes wide here on outside zone 3. Oh, just tags the wall, keeps a hold of it. Did the same move in qualifying yesterday, and moved that concrete wall. But Kogeres was with him the whole way, didn't really shake him off, and Kogeres took the opportunity on the transitions to make the dive and stay close enough to Makseed to ask the question, can Makseed do the same? Well, very nice first half of the battle, and I thought Makseed was one and done there. I thought Makseed might have put himself in a little bit more harm there on that wall run. As you can see, the rear end panel's already changed for the spares last night after the team worked hard into the night to get that car back out today for top 32 practice. We swap them around. Latvian driver Edgars Kogeres now to lead out Ali Makseed from Q8. These guys get the thumbs up. And Kogeres now, well, a game plan maybe. A little bit calmer after that chase run. Maxid though wants it, he's hungry, looks for the door, dives down on the inside. Krogeras waits for throttle, and then you can see drops wheels off the edge of the circuit, drops wheels once again. Maxid now starts to dial it in, knows that Krogeras is maybe a little bit wounded, goes for the transition on Krogeras as Ali Maxid looks for the door, and he has the pace, he has the proximity as Ali Maxid absolutely nails it to the door of the Latvian. As they transition in outside zone 5, Ali Maxid looks once again for the door of the BMW Eurofighter as they come through into outside zone 7. Ali Maxid dials it on once again across the line. Incredible stuff from the Kuwaiti driver. Well, Ali Maxid said, look, you gave me a fair chase, but I needed to do that 10% more. And you know what Ali Maxid did? Yes, Ali Maxid did drop wheels on his lead run, and so did Krogeras, but this one I think is going to come down to chase comparison, and Ali Maxid was absolutely on form. Look at this. Wheel to door and outside zone 4, incredible stuff. And these two guys have had so much fun, and there we go, the decision's in. Ali Maxid gets the win, and Maxid goes through to the top 16. Well, Ali Maxid takes his battered and bruised 2JZ Toyota GT86 off the circuit, back to the paddock, work to be done there, and prepare for the top 16. We move it along. It will be Abu Falah to take on Saeed Ahmed. And Saeed Ahmed not having any fortune at round 1. I mentioned it yesterday. Again, clutch issues. They changed the clutch twice in this Boss kitted S13. I never made it out for qualifying. He said, I just want to qualify this time and get myself in the show. And he certainly does it. But fella absolutely up and gone. A little shy on outside zone 2. Big handbrake drag now. Found himself way down the inside. It's going to make it difficult now for Saeed Ahmed to chase. As you can see, Saeed Ahmed getting himself back into the fight. Wheels off circuit though for Saeed Ahmed on that transition. Needs to keep it clean and let Falah make the mistakes in that lead position. Both guys wheels off circuit, 3 wheels almost there potentially for Saeed Ahmed as they transition to outside zone 6. Dials on the angle to Saeed Ahmed, looks for the transition back to outside zone 7, and Saeed Ahmed, well, didn't need to do too much there. We should have let the lead driver make all the mistakes. Well, there we go. We take a look back at the replay as I just check through my notes and have a little look at the battles coming up ahead in top 16. As I say, we will have a break in action where we'll prepare our top 16 parade as the smoke disappears across the complex here of the OAA. And Saeed Ahmed now at the opportunity to lead out Abu Falah. So both guys on the line, ready to rock and roll. Saeed Ahmed and Abu Falah. Not sure which way this one's going to swing. A poor lead, and not made any better by a poor chase for Saeed Ahmed, where he could have potentially kept it a lot cleaner by keeping himself out of a little bit of trouble there and not trying to do too much. Here we go, light goes green. Ahmed to lead out Falah for the top 16. Nice initiation for Saeed Ahmed, right to the edge of the circuit. Opens the door for Falah, fires it on angle, and he goes wheels off line. No, wheels off the edge of the track. Nice into outside zone 3 for Saeed Ahmed now as he starts to fire a smoke screen into Falah's face. Oh, Oh, and that's 4 wheels off circuit potentially for Fala. That could be the nail in the coffin. Saeed Ahmed comes off that qualifying line, transitions back into outside zone 5, trying to drive away, trying to put some distance between himself and Fala right now, as Abu Fala does everything he can to try and keep himself into the fight. Across the line goes Saeed Ahmed, and I think that is a step in the top 16 for that young man. So judges taking a look back at the replay on that transition, trying to see if Fala was indeed 4 wheels off track or not, and they will come to that decision in a minute. We will see it pop up on our screen hopefully and give us the official decision. Well, there we go, both guys out of the car. Saeed Ahmed gets the win, advances through, and Abu Fala out of competition. Too many mistakes, wheels off track. So there we go, back on the line we go to another battle. Ahmed Daham to lead out Samir Sabeh. And now, yesterday, Samir Sabeh, that car broke down in the tyre warming area. Limited practice for that young man, nevertheless managed to get it working, managed to get himself a spot in the top 32, 27th place, but he doesn't have an easy ride. He will be trying to take down a man that was on the podium last weekend, and Ahmed Daham will want to be back on that podium again. Here we go, through the chicane, down they come. Nice initiation. Daham absolutely flying in that 2JZ S14A. That's Samir Sabeh, and that V8 powered E36 BMW does everything he can to try and hold on to the back end of the Red Bull car. Ahmed Daham transitions into outside zone 4. Very nice at the moment for Daham, as he keeps it clean, no messing around, just trying to drive away. Samir Sabeh though not doing a bad job in that chase position, just not really got too much proximity. In and out of outside zone 6, very quick for Ahmed Daham, and Samir Sabeh losing some ground there on that transition. Ahmed Daham very, very fast through the circuit. So there we go, just a little pause in the action now. I had to have a word with the judges, trying to get some info on some battles, or why we had cars disappearing off the circuit potentially back into the paddock. Our start line marshal there, happy as always, always having fun. And I'm trying to find out now whether we do have a 5-minute rule, so I'll get that information. So yeah, there we go. There's the breaking news. 5-minute rule for Ahmed Daham. He calls a 5-minute rule. So Ahmed Daham called a 5-minute rule. So hence why we didn't see those guys make their way back on circuit. I did take a look out and wonder if they were driving around the track to cool the cars. The temperature has dropped here in Muscat, but it is still a healthy 22 degrees with the sun setting in the distance. And Ahmed Daham, I can see across, panic in the pits, and we move it along to what would have been the final battle of our top 32. Well, it will be the next battle coming up, as we have one half of a run left of the Daham Samir Sabeh battle. So it will be Nicolas Bertens to take on Dennis Miguel. And Nicolas Bertens, your round 1 winner, and at the moment your championship leader. Can he keep a hold of it? Well, here's a little story. He said that at the final battle of last round, that engine was breathing so badly in the car that he didn't know if it would make 2 passes of the circuit, and he was kind of relieved that it was De Ham's car that failed before his one, because he didn't know if he was going to make a second run, but nevertheless they were going to put it all on the line and go for it. And in the week, these guys pulled the engine out, stripped it down, had it rebuilt here in Oman. It's back together and working, but he said it's way underpowered. He said it's about 450 horsepower at the moment. Is it enough to make it around a circuit? As Nicolas Bertens absolutely screams through, and it looks like he's got it dialed, got it working right now. Beautiful lead line at the moment from the young Latvian superstar as he fires that car across the circuit. Dennis Miguel looks for the door, looks to make a move on Nicolas Bertens, keeps his distance at the moment as Bertens goes back for the transition. Miguel goes for a dive on the front wheel. Needs to be careful for contact. Yeah, had to stall up, did Dennis Miguel, as he put on the foot brake, trying to avoid contact with Nicolas Bertens. Look at Bertens right to the edge of the track and across the line. So nice initiation. And you know what, for a man with only 450 horsepower, you can tell that Nicolas Bertens is a very, very good driver. He's got that car dialed on the verge of having too much grip where it wants to straighten and just enough to keep the wheel spinning. And he dialed it in perfectly and readjusted it for the loss in power. And he said that car was over 500 horsepower when he shipped it here. And Nicolas Bertens doing a very, very good job. You see how much Dennis Miguel took a chunk out the side of that car and had to stall up, didn't want to make contact, didn't want to put anything in the judge's hands. And Nicolas Bertens once again looks strong this event. He'll be looking for another podium, trying to extend that championship lead. As I mentioned, we do have a 2-week break between this event and round 3 and 4, where everyone will get the time to reset, refresh and go again. So our safety marshals potentially seeing an issue. Oh, and it looks like maybe some fluid leaking from Nicolas Bertens' BMW E36. No, it gets the thumbs up. It says it's all good. You're all clear to rock and roll. So there we go. Thumbs up all round. Car slot into gear. Miguel to lead out Nicolas Bertens, and Bertens expected here to stick it to the door. Big initiation from Miguel, but he's on the inside edge of the circuit, not where the judges want to see him. He does get out to outside zone 2, as now Nicolas Bertens plays with Miguel, plays with that front wheel. Look at the talent from Nicolas Bertens. Wow, that transition, we see it destroy Bagsy's car last weekend, and he almost did the same there. Look at the precision from Nicolas Bertens, as Nicolas Bertens puts on a masterclass of a chase right now. Dennis Miguel doing everything he can, shallows up the angle, tries to throw off Nicolas Bertens, but there is no way the young Latvian is going to go down without a fight. Wow, textbook from Bertens. Well, there we go. If there was any doubt whatsoever that Nicolas Bertens may have been a little wounded, may have had a little chink in the armour with that damaged engine, forget it, because this young man, well, he's back again and he's back on form and he is hungry for that podium. Look at that transition from Nicolas Bertens. Sticks it to the door, absolutely fires through outside zone 6 and really starts to force it, really starts to put the pressure on. And this one I think is going to be an easy decision for our judges, because that chase was an absolute masterclass. There we go, Bertens gets the win and moves through to the top 16. Well, that just leaves us with one more run to go of our top 16. And it will be Ahmed Daham and Samir Sabet. And it will be Samir to lead out Daham. Well, it looks like Daham, whatever the issue was, has got it sorted. And not too many gremlins coming back from round 1. That engine failure, of course, in the final. That engine failure in practice before qualifying. Not coming back to haunt Daham. Where we go? A bit of separation already, but Sabit on the inside edge of the circuit does make it out to outside zone 2, and you can see here how that's affecting Daham as he's off that qualifying line now, falls down. Samir transitions back, almost contact, as Daham now looks to force everything in his way for a spot in top 16 as Ahmed Daham looks for the side of that BMW E36. They transition through outside zone 5 into 6, wheels over for Samir as Daham goes for the transition back for 7. A flame erupts from the back of the 36 as they get the run done. Well, there we go, Samir Sabit. Unorthodox line through outside zone 1 to 2. Made it work, but not what the judges wanted to see, and I do believe that should potentially go the way of Ahmed Daham. Well, we will wait for it to pop up on our screen and make it official. There we go. Daham fills the final spot in the top 16, and we have got it all locked in. So let's take a look at our battle tree before we move on in competition later on. In 10-15 minutes time, it will be Nasser Al-Hawali to take on Clint Van Ort, Alan Hines to take on Hussein Mustelmani, Benedikt Daschurba to take on Rosti Lavro-Rahovsky, Ahmed Al-Amri to take on Haytham Al-Hadidi, Timo Lipski to take on Ali Al-Balushi, Ali Maxi to take on Steve Bagsy Biagioni, Andreas Vasiliauskas to take on Saeed Ahmed, and Ahmed Daham to take on Nicholas Burtons. Well, we see some of these battles in our final last weekend, but we're going to be gifted them in top 16. Don't go anywhere. In 10 to 15 minutes time, we will be back with our top 16 after our driver parade and our moment of reflection on the sad times where we lost Habib Al-Zawawi. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see, our top 16 parade has begun. These guys driving out potentially in their qualifying order, their top 16 battle order. Getting tongue-tied once again, that little break for me shouldn't be allowed. I shouldn't be allowed time to break, I should be forced to work. There we go. So it will be Nasser Al-Habali to take on Clint Van Oort, and Hines to take on Hussein Masulmani. Benediktas Cherba, who isn't there, he's not in formation, to take on Rostislav Rarahovsky. Ahmed Al-Amri to take on Haytham Al-Hadidi. Timur Lipski to take on Ali Al-Balushi. Ali Maxid to take on Steve Bagsy Biagioni. Andreas Vasiliauskas to take on Saeed Ahmed. Ahmed Daham to take on Nicolas Bertans. So a couple of battles there that we see in our Final Four, a couple of battles that we see in our Great 8 last weekend, kind of creeping through already into top 16. So top 16 can be interesting because see some big names fall out already. Maxid, Bagsy, that one. Who knows what way that one could go. Vasiliauskas, Saeed Ahmed. Vasiliauskas, as we see, taking some damage on that car from Fuwei Shern. Obviously Ahmed Daham to take on Nicolas Bertans, so one of those guys will fall. Will Daham get some redemption after that engine failure at the last round? Clint Van Oort will be looking to dispose of Nasser Al-Habali, but Habali, as I said to you, told me he's either going home with no car or a trophy, so one of those has got to be compromised at some point there. Benediktas Cherba to take on Rarahovsky. Cherba making contact with Edgaras Kogeras in the Great 8 at the last round. Knocked himself out of competition, so Cherba will be looking to try and get himself a step on the podium this weekend. And Ahmed Al-Amri to take on Haytham Al-Hadidi. Hadidi not looking too rock steady this weekend, where Ahmed Al-Amri, well, looking strong. So once these guys are in formation, I do believe they will be asked to leave their cars. and then we will have a moment of silence here at the OAA in Muscat to remember a great man, Habib Al-Zawawi, who we sadly lost yesterday. A huge part of the OAA family who will be greatly missed. And then we will show a 1-minute video that has been put together by the media team here at the OAA to celebrate his life. So there we go. These guys are all going to park up in front of our big screen and stand by their cars and respect a minute's silence for Habib. As we can now see the final cars making their way down to park up in front of the big screen here at the OAA. And one of these guys will stand on the top step of the podium. Will it be your round one winner, or will we have a new winner here at round two to mix up the championship? So I do believe Haytham Al Hadidi will be the final car to pull up in order. Yep, and there we go. Haytham Al Hadidi will park his car, and so Ahmed Daham, these guys will step out of their cars and stand next to them. And our local commentator will politely ask our crowds in attendance to respect a 1-minute silence. So here we go. We're going to go for a 1-minute silence, ladies and gentlemen, to remember the great life of a great man, Habib Al-Zawawi.
جمهورنا الحضور معنا. إذن أدعو الجميع خلال أقل من دقيقة بإذن الله تعالى. إذن أدعو الجميع الحضور المتسابقين نقف دقيقة على روح المغفور له زميلنا وحبيبنا حبيب بن سيف الزواوي اللي توفاه الله بالأمس أو صباح الأمس. هذا الرجل اللي له أكيد العديد والكثير من الأشياء اللي الواحد يتكلم عنها وما نقدر نحصيها ونعدها في النهاية. أدعو الجميع دقيقة.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, a very touching remembrance of a man who will be dearly missed here at the OAA and the OIDC as our drivers now make their way back to their cars to put on a show for you guys and for those in attendance here at round 2 of the 2023 Oman International Drift Championship. A very sombre mood, a very sombre weekend, but we continue in the way that only Habib would have wanted us to do. Well, there we go, our drivers leaving the circuit, and let's give you a little reminder of what you have got coming up this evening in top 16. Nasser Al-Habali to take on Clint Van Aert, Alan Hines to take on Hussein Musulmani, Benedikt Cherba to take on Rostislav Arahovsky, Ahmed Al-Amri to take on Haytham Al-Hadidi, Ukrainian driver Timur Lipsky to take on Ali Al-Balushi, Ali Maxi to take on Bagzi, Andreas Vasiliauskas to take on Saeed Ahmed, and Ahmed Daham to take on Nicolas Bertan. So there we go, a stacked top 16 coming up this evening, and this event is under the patronage of His Excellency Ahmed Mohammed Al-Humadidi, the chairman of Muscat Municipality. There we go. I did get it out in the end. I'm sorry if I did say anything there. And there we go. There is the battle tree on the screen, just as we wanted it. So there we go. These guys battling it out now, all the way to the final 4. Again, I must remind you, there may be a few small breaks as we move from top 16 to grade 8, and then to our final 4 into our final 3. And obviously, we do get that small break between declaring the final driver into our final battle and our 3rd and 4th place playoff. Obviously, we respect the drivers need that small amount of time to prepare their car after the battle, which they would have lost, unfortunately, and go to the 3rd and 4th place playoff. So, in a few moments' time, we're going to kick off the first battle of our top 16, and we're going to find out if the El Salvador driver, Nasser Al-Habali, has got what it takes to get himself into his first grade 8 here in the OIDC, and if he's got what it takes to move himself further in competition than he ever has before. He said to me he's hungry for it. They were the words he said to me earlier on today. He's hungry for it. He did what he needed to do in qualifying. He proved he has what it takes. Now comes the big challenge. The international drivers start to weave their way through the mesh of a top 32 battle tree, and those guys start to meet each other in competition. It's now time to test who you really are.
ما اقول لكم عنه بس خلاص. عندنا اندريس راح يكون ضد سعيد احمد واحمد دحام. اوه يا اخي ايش اليوم اللي صاير؟ الابطال الاول والثاني في الجوله الماضيه راح يتقابلوا في الهيت الاخير. تخيلوا معي. نيك واحمد دحام، يلا خذ لك. اذا راح نروح ان شاء الله بعد شوي باذن الله تعالى بعد ما يجهزوا الشباب والسيارات في او سوري في الهيت الاول ان شاء الله للتوب 16 اللي راح يكون بين ناصر الهربلي الجميل حقيقه، اداء رائع في كل مره يدخل في الحاله هذه ضد كلينت فان اورت. اكيد طبعا ليالي مسقط ابتدات وانطلقت يوم الامس، وهذه الجوله تعتبر احدى الجولات اكيد ضمن ليالي مسقط اللي موجودين معنا من ضمن الرعاه واللي موجودين معنا. شايفين بوليفار صح ولا لا؟ مكان بوليفار ولا لا؟ الفعاليه الخاصه بجميع الرومانيه للسيارات في ليالي مسقط هي الفعاليه اللي تجيك ملونه بالجانب اللي هو هذه المنطقه في فعاليات خاصه بالجيمنجز وغيرها اللي حابين نستمتع. هذه راح تكون فعاليه ثابته باذن الله تعالى ان شاء الله الايام القادمه. نرى هذه الصور الحيه والمباشره من موقع الصيانه، واكيد كل
Well, there we go, scenes from the paddocks, and you can see our drivers gridding up, ready to do head-to-head battle this evening. The sun, well, it's gone. The lights, yeah, well, they're on, that's for sure. And now the show really begins, as we can see the first car warming up the tyres as Nasser Al-Habali warms up the tyres on the back of that Nissan 350Z. Our first place qualifier are ready to lead out Clint Van Oort.
ناصر الهربلي راح يكون هو في الليد. ايوه في الليد وكلينت فان اوت راح يكون كويس مفاعل خلال اللحظات القادمه.
Well, here we go. You can see Clint Van Oort almost finished his time in the tyre warming area, and he pulls to the line to give chase first. 17th place qualifier Clint Van Oort will chase down our first place qualifier Nasser Al-Habali from El Salvador. We wait to get the instruction from our track marshals all around the venue and in the tower above us. Our judges are in position. The crew is in position. I hope you're in position, because here we go. Top 16 starts right here. Nasser Al-Habali to lead out Clint Van Oort. Habali, nice initiation. Nice and wide. Clint Van Oort, though, tucks up on the inside. Looks for the side. And Habali's 350Z stays with him. But Clint Van Oort needs to be careful. Falls on the inside edge of the circuit. As now Habali goes wide on outside zone 3. Looks for the transition back. Clint Van Oort losing a little ground. The grip and pace from that 350Z too much as Clint Van Oort takes a little bite out of the door. Clint Van Oort hungry for this one, goes for it again. Oh, contact again as Clint Van Oort puts himself into a spin. Nasser Al-Habali finishes out the run into outside zone 7 across the line. Well, Clint Van Oort pushing a little too hard there in that yellow Nissan 206 S14 2JZ power underneath the bonnet. And a V8 screams from underneath the bonnet of that 350Z and Nasser Al-Habali. Good transition through. Clint Van Oort taking some big bites, some big moves up onto the door. Just trying to prove to the judges he ain't messing around this year. Comes back, just takes too much out of it, too much on the transition. Touches the wheel on the door and puts himself into a spin. And Clint Van Oort, up until that point, was really proving that he had what it takes to chase down Nasser Al-Habali. So judges will be looking there to see if Nasser was braking. As you can see, focusing on that outside zone. You can see the foot brakes on. It depends how much the judges deem, or if he was off throttle. And from that camera view, you take a look at those rear wheels. I'm no drift judge, as you all may well know, but it doesn't look like Nasser Al-Habali is accelerating there until just after that zone. So just going back over with the man that sits right next to me, Alexander Grinchuk, a Ukrainian commentator, and discussing where the decel zone is. You can see that foot brake fully locked there as he exits, but it is after the contact. And the braking zone in the driver's briefing in qualifying was at the beginning of outside zone 6. So that's really from outside zone 5 to where you see that cross-hatching there on outside zone 6. That cross-hatching denoting a bit of a braking zone. Don't be fooled, not all of the outside zones are braking zones, obviously, but you can see there that section there is where we expect drivers, or where the judges, expect drivers to be braking to set the car up for that outside zone. Judges will now see if Nasser Al-Habali is at fault. I'm going to try and have a little listen in. And all I can hear is a lot of "oh my gods" and "I don't really know" from the judging panel above me. So I'm sure those guys as well, they're struggling a little bit with that one. So with no Clint Van Aert on the line, I'm going to go to the estimation that Clint Van Aert has called a 5-minute rule to have a look at that front alignment. Wheel to the door. He would have braked that front wheel quite heavily, which has put him into a spin. And we'll probably see him now on the drone as it flies over the paddock. And there we go. You can see Clint Van Aert's car there with his number on the roof. And you can see the crew down there just taking a look at the wheels, just taking a look at the front end of that car. They want to put him into competition in the best shape possible. And Clint Van Aert and the guys, you can see, a little bit of panic down there, a little bit of running around. They do have 5 minutes to get that car looked at, and it will be down to whether it's a competition timeout or not, whether the judges deem Habali at fault for the contact. So it does look like we're going to move along with competition here in top 16, and as I receive more news I will give that back to you guys, whether it's deemed the fault of Clint Van Aert or Nasser Al-Habali. You can see Habali there making his way to his pit area, and he'll be waiting there till he's instructed to make his way back to the line. We're going to go back on the start line though, and it will be Hussein Musulmani right there in that Nardo Grey BMW E46 to take on Alan Hines. So untested yet is Hussein Musulmani. So Alan Hines on the line, and they won't be able to leave the line until our judges are clear cut on this decision. They want to focus on this first, make a call on where they sit on this incident, and then they will move along. So yeah, judges still taking a look back at this. So judges just taking a look back at the replay to try and determine who's at fault for this incident. As you can see, multiple camera angles, multiple replays at multiple speeds. So these guys have all the equipment they need to come to a decision. And we'll get back to that one. We're going to talk about this one for a moment. Hussein Musulmani, untested yet, a bye into the top 16. A very good qualifying session for him, but not good enough to lead out Alan Hines. So Alan Hines, the higher qualifier, he will lead. And Hussein Musulmani will give chase. And until our judges are done with their call, done with their decision on the Clint Van Aert Habali incident, they will not move to this battle until then. They will be focused on that one to get a decision, and then we'll see these two guys in action. Well, it looks like we do have a decision from the judges. We'll get back to that one. Cones down from Hussein Musulmani as he hunts down the back end. Oh, wow, and a fouled initiation. A fouled initiation from Alan Hines really upsets the initiation from Hussein Musulmani. And now Hussein Musulmani, the untested driver, put to the question, can you now get yourself back into the groove? Can you now get yourself back into the moment, as Alan Hines certainly can? Gets himself back on to that qualifying line, back into the zone, and tries to put some ground between him and Hussein Musulmani. But you can see how much that affected Hussein Musulmani's chase run. Let's take a look back at this one. So Hussein Musulmani taking those cones down. Oh, and Hines, a massive... Did he cross the white line? That is the big question. If he crossed the white line that passes straight across the track, that is the start of the scoring zone. Driver should be sideways through that line. They should have initiated before that point. Now, if Alan Hines drove through there, that would be a big mistake for him. So we're looking for the replay of that initiation, trying to discover where it went wrong for Alan Hines or what the situation may be. It does look like he's pulled back to the start line, so there we go. You can see that green Pro Drift Academy Nissan 200 XS14 pull back to the start line, and I believe our judges were having a look back at the replay of the run up to that corner, and you see Hussein Masumani there throw his hands up a little bit and say, well, I'm not quite sure what happened there, and this is too far through the run, and I wonder if the judges are trying to find a fault of Hussein Masumani there in that chase position. Well, looks like we are all good to go. Off the line, Hussein Masumani now to lead out Alan Hines, and we'll come back to that, and that will give us the decision of who's going to make it through to the Grade 8 initiation. Perfect this time for Hussein Masumani, but look at the proximity from Alan Hines hunting down the side of that Grade 46 BMW. Nice line into outside zone 3 from Masumani though, no messing around, heavy on the foot brake, slowing that car down, giving Alan Hines the opportunity to get up close and personal to the door. Wheels dropped from Masumani though, but Alan Hines not messing around. He really needs to force an error. He needs to be careful though. He doesn't make contact. And they transition back. Wheels over again from Masumani. Bleeding points away as Masumani plays with a foot brake on and off the throttle into outside zone 6. Hammers down. Big acceleration across the line from Masumani as flames are up from the side skirt. Well, Alan Hines, no problem this time on the initiation. And Hussein Masumani, there you go, one wheel over the track there, and slows that car down massively on the foot brake. You can see the car physically slowing down in the back end of outside zone 3. A very nice lead line apart from that, and it gave Alan Hines all the opportunity to get up close and personal, and Alan Hines taking all of the opportunity as Hussein Masumani once again here. Nice job on outside zone 6 for Masumani. Hits that transition time perfectly. Big clutch kick as he smokes up the tyres, and not sure if we got a decision on that one or not. I'm going to try and jump to the judges if I can in my headset. So we're going to get back to that one in a minute. We're going to move on to this one. Cherba versus Rorohovsky. Rorohovsky to chase down the Lithuanian Benediktas Cherba. And look at Benediktas Cherba, no messing around. Rorohovsky though trying to get involved with this one as he dives up onto the door. Looks for the side of that yellow E92 BMW Eurofire, and once again Rorohovsky through the smoke, looks for the front wheel, big clutch kick, the front end of that GT86 popping up and down on the tarmac. Good transition for Rorohovsky as he goes for a dive onto the door. Benediktas Cherba unfazed by the pressure from the Ukrainian though as he transitions once again. Rorohovsky stalls up, Cherba across the line. Wow. So here we go, let's take a look back at the replay of this one. Benediktas Cherba, beautiful lead from Benediktas Cherba. Nice into outside zone 2, the line from 2 to 3. Look at that, barely any deceleration. Just lets the car slow down ever so slightly. Little dab of the handbrake. Nice transition back, and Benediktas Cherba A very, very nice lead, an incredible lead, in fact, from Benediktas Cherba. The chase was phenomenal. A little catch of understeer there from Rorohovsky as he manages to keep a hold of it. And Cherba doing an incredible job. Rorohovsky taking some real moves. That, for me, that little mistake there from Rorohovsky on the transition to outside zone 7, the only mistake I could see. So did Alan get the win? Yeah. Okay, cool. So just got the information from the judges, and I can confirm taking the win and moving through to the Great 8 is Alan Hines. Alan Hines got the win. Spoke to head judge Kieran Hines. Yep, Alan Hines gets the win. The mistake on initiation gave a lot of points, a lot of advantage, to Hussein Musulmani, but the scrappiness of the chase allowed him to then bleed that, those rewarded advantage points back to Alan Hines. And the second run, well, as we all see, Alan Hines put on a masterclass of a chase and got the job done. So Alan Hines takes the win and moves through. Hussein Musulmani, unfortunately, out of competition. Here we go, swap him around. Rorohovsky to lead out Benediktas Cherba. What has Cherba got? He needs to lay it down now. Rorohovsky, very tidy lead line at the moment. He's going to go wide though. 2 wheels off the edge of the circuit. Judge is not going to like that one, as now Rorohovsky needs to get himself into the groove. Slows that car down massively. And Cherba once again makes contact. So Benediktas Cherba puts himself into a spin. And Rorohovsky now gets himself into that final zone across the line. I want to take a look back at this one. Let's have a look at the replay. Rorohovsky looked to stall that car up massively coming out as outside zone 3, and I think that is where the contact was made between himself, or avoiding the contact from Benediktas Cherba. We'll look wide here on outside zone 3 on the entry to it. Full throttle. And you can see here, massive angle. He stalled the car up massively on angle. So, judges talking about this one, discussing it. I'm going to drop the volume of the judges in my headset so they don't throw me off too much and I get to give you all of my attention. Well, there we go. The driver's out of the car. We're going to see it from another angle. And there wasn't any contact, and you can see there from that angle how Rorohovsky got this one done. Yeah, look, comes out of that outside zone. He does dial on a lot of angle there, and he does scrub quite a lot of speed, and that really there would be the point of transition. And I think Rorohovsky knows that potentially this one could be it. Here we go, decisions in. Who's going to take it through to the Great 8? Will it be the Ukrainian Rorohovsky, or will it be the Lithuanian Cherba? There we go. Cherba gets the win, advances through into competition, and Rorohovsky, unfortunately, that mistake too much for the judges. So we're going to move it along to the next battle of our top 16. It will be Ahmed Al Amri to take on Haytham Al Hadidi. And we do still have the run between Nasser Al Habali and Clint Van Ort to get underway. Hopefully we'll get that one finished after this battle between these two. Omani nationals, Hadidi and Amri. Al Amri, the higher qualifier, leads out Haytham Al Hadidi in that Nissan 206 S15 Red Bull car. Look at the anti-lag flames popping from underneath the back of Hadidi's car as they fire in. An incredible initiation from Hadidi, but he takes too much out of it and stalls up massively. Hadidi makes a big mistake, and now Al Amri makes mistakes as he tries to get himself into the outside zone. Hadidi finds himself back into the groove, back on the pocket, fires that car on angle. Scrappy from Hadidi in the chase position. as Ahmed Al Amri now finds himself comfortable in that lead position, fires into outside zone 5. Haytham Al Hadidi looks for the door, looks for the side of the opposing S15. You can see that car jumping up and down, gripped up massively is Haytham Al Hadidi, and across the line they go. So there we go, look at this. Haytham Al Hadidi, big dive across the circuit, goes for a wild initiation, and you can see he has to use the handbrake to adjust, slows the car up. Ahmed Al Amri though, as you can see, late into that outside zone 3. And a little scrappy, nice and deep in outside zone 4, holds it together just about as he makes his way round. You can see, does fulfill it. Takes a strange line into outside zone 5 though. Haytham Al Hadidi though looking a little wild. You can see that S15 up and down on the foot brake. Haytham Al Hadidi really working that S15 into the door of Ahmed Al Amri's S15. So Haytham using the opportunity to cool the car down. And there we go. Ahmed Al Amri pulls and parks on the line, ready to chase down Haytham Al Hadidi. And Hadidi pulls up to lead out Al Amri. And we wait for that thumbs up, the green light, and get these guys off the line. Here we go. Haytham Al Hadidi bouncing that car like a lowrider through that chicane, and Ahmed Al Amri looks for the initiation. Very well done from Al Amri as we see Hadidi cut across the circuit, wheels over outside zone 3, and Ahmed Al Amri now waits for his opportunity to make a move, waits for the opportunity to force some pressure onto the side of the Red Bull S15 now. Ahmed Al Amri looks for a little opportunity, looks for the dive, gets it done there. Wow, look at that, right up on the inside, gets into the pocket, makes the dive right into outside zone 6, sticks it to the door of Haytham Al Hadidi's S15. A transition back, Al Amri brave on the transition across the line. So nice initiation through from Haytham Al Hadidi. Haytham Al Hadidi nice into outside zone 3, and Ahmed Al Amri, I think, a cleaner line potentially from outside zone 1 to 2 as he looked to chase down Haytham Al Hadidi, who, from what I can gather in the background from the judges, taking a tighter line, which is not what they requested. But then from then on out, Ahmed Al Amri really started to force the pressure, started to make a move, started to ask the judges a question: is it me or is it him? So Al Amri pulls up to receive the decision, and Haytham Al Hadidi, well, I'm going to take a look at an alternative angle here on initiation, and we can see, yeah, you can see Haytham Al Hadidi a little shallow there, a little shy from outside zone 1 to 2, kind of cut the nose off of Ahmed Al Amri and upset his line into outside zone 3. He had to kind of sacrifice a little bit of line and proximity to make sure he could get himself into the zone. And there we go, take a look back. You can see, look, right close to that white line is Haytham Al Hadidi. Doesn't really let the car wash out wide. Does make it to outside zone 2, as I say, but maybe not on an unorthodox line. And judges will be looking at that. That kind of will have an effect on the chase by Ahmed Al Amri. So no messing. Yeah, almost contact there. From the other angle, you don't really see how close Ahmed Al Amri gets to the back end of that S15, and having to make a little bit of a void in action there, and slows that car down. Of course, then loses that momentum, loses that speed, and has to wait to gain it back, and does it in the best way possible. To be honest with you, yeah, look at that. Look at see, a little understeer there as well from Ahmed Al Amri, which you couldn't see from any other angle. You can see though where Haytham Al Hadidi is in regards to the line. So I'm listening to the judges at the moment, trying to work out what they're going to come down to and how they're dissecting this one as well. So they're now saying as well, if you look at Haytham Al Hadidi's rear tyres, look at that, hardly any smoke comes on and off a throttle. So modulating the throttle, modulating the foot brake. Look, you can see there a little bit of hand braking as well. So I'm going to leave the judges to that. I've earwigged enough for a moment. They're going to keep looking at this one. What's your thoughts? I know where I sit with this one, and I know how I would call this one, but I'm not a judge. I'm just a commentator. I'm a tour guide. I'm a drift fan, just as you are at home watching right now. For me, I see this swinging in the favour of Ahmed Al Amri, to be honest with you. Look at these two good friends, though, two Omani nationals. And here we go, decisions in. Oh, and it's going to be a one more time. So I'm just going to quickly ask Kieran Hines what's up there. Well, here we go. Oh, wow! Nasser Al-Habali absolutely battering the door. Oh, wow! And Habali fires it into the wall. So I was laying back to the microphone for that. I was talking heavily in discussion with Kieran Hines on the call for one more time. And he basically said the first half of the run they scored as a 5-5. The second half of the run they said, mistakes from both. There was a split decision in the judging panel, and the easiest way to decide the call was to go one more time. Here we go. Look at this though. Nasser Al-Habali, big. Look at that. Forces the front wheel. I think he broke a tie rod there. There's just no way that he had control of that car. And I can see Clint Van Aert flying over there in his car, and the rest of the guys. You can see Clint Van Aert there. Look at this. Oh, big contact on initiation. And you can see Clint Van Aert's car there upset. Watch from this angle. Boom! As he hits him. And I wonder if that's a broken tie rod and a broken steering rod, steering arm, wherever they're in the world you are, that you call it. Look at that contact. And I think that, for me, Nasser Al-Habali, I think he put himself into that situation. I think he broke a steering arm, and I don't think he could keep a hold of that. And you can see the door and the side skirt and the rear wheel and all sorts of panels on Clint Van Aert's car. This took a little bit of a battering from Habali.
مدير السباق حكام مدير السباق عمر مارشز الفريق الطبي واكيد الدفاع المدني لحد ما يتم نقل اكيد سياره المتسابق ناصر الهربلي من الحلبه الهيت القادم ان شاء الله. راح يكون بين ليبسكي تيمور ليبسكي الاوكراني الصغير ضد علي البليش. اكيد ايضا راح يكون قوي، ما راح يكون سهل اكيد ننوه مره ثانيه سباق ختام ان شاء الله راح يكون برعايه سعاده احمد الحميدي بالنسبه لادويه مسقط. طبعا في ايام بنفس طلقه نادي مسقط راح تستمر لمده اسبوعين احدى الفعاليات المتواجده هنا في الجمهوريه العمانيه للسيارات خلف المدرج الغربي. طبعا شايفين الالوان البنفسجيه والورديه بشكل الالوان صحيحه هي المنطقه اللي فيها اكيد الفعاليات الخاصه.
Right, well, there you go. Just had a word with the judges, and yeah, a big upset coming in. Well, look, a big upset or something to be expected. Nezat Al Habali said to me yesterday, and I know I keep repeating myself, and you can call me out on it, it's fine. But he said to me, I'm either going to take home a trophy or I'm going to destroy my car. Well, if you were just watching about 60 seconds ago, you see Nezat Al Habali ruin his car. So, I mean, he went for the latter one. Unfortunately, he's not going to take home a trophy. He did destroy the car. I just spoke to the judges. They did deem Nezat Al Habali at fault for the first contact, so it was a 10-0, and then once again too aggressive in that chase position, just trying to force it. We see it back on the replay. He almost made contact with Clint Van Oort on that initiation, on that run up into the initiation zone, and I dread to think what would have happened there if he would have actually have pushed Clint round on that initiation, because it would have been a bigger impact into just a solid concrete wall, no tyres, nowhere to escape. So it was a 10-0 again. So unfortunately, we're going to make that one official, and Clint Van Oort will get the win and advance through into the Grade 8. Nezat Al Habali, over aggressive, taking that car to the wall and ending his weekend. I think he's going to get a passenger ride though, back with Clint Van Oort, back to the paddock, and you know what? He'll be happy either way. He's had fun this weekend, he's enjoyed himself, and I think he's proved to a lot of people that he has got what it takes. As we see those guys leave the back end of the circuit now, they're going to come down. I do believe they're probably going to come down to the start line to receive that decision officially by our start line marshal. But as you guys know, and you probably see there, that is advantage Clint Van Oort, and the Dutchman continues on into competition when it doesn't get any easier for him, well, because he'll have to face off against Alan Hines in the Grade 8. And there we go, just like that, we're going to bring the decision up on the screen and make it official. There we go, Clint Van Oort gets the win, advances on into competition. I'm going to take a quick moment to rest your ears from my voice, and we'll be back with the next battle in competition in top 16.
الحادث البسيط اللي صار لسيارة ناصر الهربلي السلفادوري راح خلاص تنقل عن طريق الرافعة. شكرا للشباب الجيب والرافعة والمارشلز، يتأكد انه مكان سليم ما في اي لاينز او اويلز شيء كذا من هالقبيل. لنبدا الهيت القادم ان شاء الله اللي راح يكون بين اوكراني تيمور ليبسكي اند علي البلوشي. Top 16. The next one, or heat, will be between the Ukrainian Timur Lebesky and Ali Blushi from Oman. And we'll see who will go to the next round or top 8. إذن شكرا عمان مارشلز، شكرا لبقية الشباب في المساعدة. إذا نكمل، يلا ننتظر ليبسكي وننتظر على بلوش يكونوا في الحلقة معانا إن شاء الله في الهيت القادم. تعالى نعطيكم تواريخ الراوند القادم إن شاء الله أيضا في شهر 2. عندنا المرة 4 راوندز راح تكون إن شاء الله 4 راوندز مش 3 as previous. تكون 4 راوندز إن شاء الله، ونشوف مين البطل اللي راح يكسب العديدة واللي راح يؤهله ياخذ الصداره ولقب وبطل الجوله او البطوله بطوله عمان للانجراف الدوليه. يا شباب يا شباب ننتظر اكيد ننتظر اكيد المتاخرين او عفوا المتسابقين ان شاء الله في الجوله اللي بعدها. لبسكي والبلوشي اذا كانوا جاهزين اصلا ما نشوف السياره دخلت في منطقه الاحماء. اوكي يلا اذا لبسكي تيمور لبسكي الاوكراني دخل معنا منطقه الاحماء، وبعدها بثواني راح نشوف ايضا علي البلوشي يكون حاضر معنا في منطقه الاحماء ان شاء الله. يلا وين دخل في مركز إذا يكتمل أو نكمل السباق مع بعض في التوب 16 إن شاء الله. معنا التوب 8 والتوب 4 وبعدها راح نروح إلى التوب 4 في منطقة الصيانة. نعرف الفائز معنا إن شاء الله في الجولة الثانية. جاهز معنا في نقطة الانطلاق. خلاص علي البلوشي دخل لمنطقة الإحماء.
Here we go, back on the line, track cleared up, ready to go, cars recovered, and Clint Van Aert makes his way into Grade 8. He'll be feeling a little bit more confident, and Ali Al-Balushi, Lalu, will be ready to rock and roll as he now pulls up to the line to take on the Ukrainian driver Timo Lipski. So Timo Lipski in that beautiful white E46 BMW. Well, that young man's been looking like he's on rails this weekend. And Ali Al-Balushi now, well, he needs to pull it out the bag, the Omani national. Well, can he be the first Omani national into the Great 8? Well, we're about to find out. They've got the thumbs up all around. Looks like they're both ready to rock and roll. The light goes green and Timo Lipski comes through the chicane, down through the gears. Balushi falls in behind and now falls way behind as he starts to lose a lot of ground to the Ukrainian driver. In and out of outside zone 3 though for Timo Lipski, not the cleanest lead line at the moment. Starts to tidy it up, looks for a nice transition back into outside zone 4 and gets there as Balushi now starts to rein him in, tries to make a dive but just can't seem to put the grip to the floor to pull on Timo Lipski. Early transition for Balushi, messes up the line into outside zone 6 as he goes again for a little dive onto the door. Timo Lipski hammers the throttle through the floor and drives away. So here we go, looking back at this one, we can see where Balushi made those mistakes on the initiation. You can see falls down onto the inside edge of the circuit, almost a wheel on that white line. And now upsets his line into outside zone 3, but not the cleanest line into 3 from Timo Lipski. Nevertheless, pulls the socks up and begins to get the job done as he transitions here away from that wall into outside zone 5. That early transition though for Balushi, trying to make that dive, trying to gain back that lost ground, didn't really pay off, put him on a strange line into 6. And then Timo Lipski stamped his mark of approval on that lead run. Well, they're back on the line, swapped around, Lipski to chase down Balushi. And Balushi hoping here to not get some tyre marks on the side of that immaculately clean V8 powered Nissan 200SX S13. Nice initiation for Balushi, goes wide this time, and now Lipski finds himself on the inside. Balushi struggling to get to outside zone 3 but gets a nice line into outside zone 3, struggles to get to outside zone 2. Lost in the smoke those Timo Lipski as he makes a dive through, a little wobble waver from the Ukrainian now as he finds himself parked up in outside zone 4 looking for the dive. He makes it work, brave move from Timo Lipski, gets the job done, both guys on the inside. Big wide transition, big wide flick into outside zone 6 now as Belushi looks for outside zone 7. Timo Lipski full of smoke, can't see where he's going across the line. There we go, nice initiation from Aliar Belushi Lalu. And as I said, struggled to get to outside zone 2, but does manage to get to outside zone 3 and goes deeper and deeper as he gets all the way through it. Timo Lipski gets lost in the smoke there, and you can see that little wobble as he dives through the other side of it, looking for the side of that S13. Ali Belushi, nice transition back, and Timo Lipski takes the opportunity to make an early dive, looking for the door. Both guys flick on angle for outside zone 6. Difficult one for the judges, potentially. And we wait for the decision to come in. These guys obviously got their decision. There we go. Ali Al Belushi gets the win and advances through into the top 8. Well, sorry ladies and gentlemen, there was a small mistake there. It was Timo Lipski getting the win, advancing through, and a little bit of panic there around the room for a few people as they thought the Ukrainian driver had fallen out. So Timo Lipski getting the win, advancing through to the top. The Great 8, sorry, we go back to the one more time battle between Ahmed Al Amri and Haytham Al Hadidi. These two guys felt each other out in the first battle in their top 16. Now maybe the nerves calmed ever so slightly and ready to do it again. Timo Lipski advancing through. Spots getting filled in that Great 8. Which one of these two will be joining the international drivers that have already made it through in competition? Well, we're about to find out once again. The anti-lag flames from the back end of Haytham Al Hadidi's S15. Ahmed Al Amri, nice initiation. Look at that wide line, that nice swing into the outside zone. Very nice line into outside zone 2 and 3. Al Amri is absolutely dialed in on this qualifying line. Incredible lead so far from Ahmed Al Amri as he gets up close and personal to those outside zones. But Haytham Al Hadidi starts to throw punches, starts to make a dive, looks for the side of the opposing S15. Ahmed Al Amri looks to finish this one with a statement to the judges in outside zone 7, but Hadidi's right there. Look at this lead line for Ahmed Al Amri. Textbook stuff. Nice initiation, goes nice and wide, and you can see it allows Haytham Al Hadidi to get up close and personal. But Hadidi there, you can see working that foot brake, working the handbrake, and the soft suspension on the S15 really emphasises all the moves, all the inputs he's putting into that car, and he dives around that car, bobbling up and down as Ahmed Al Amri looks rock solid in that lead position. Right here is where Haytham Al Hadidi started to make the move, started to try and make a dive. But once again there you can see him on and off the throttle, throwing that car across the circuit. Didn't pay out for him there until this transition where he fixed it onto angle. And I'm not sure if the judges are going to like that as much as what we did as drift fans. Well, Ahmed Al Amri has pulled back to the start line to have a word with his guys, and Haytham Al Hadidi now pulls up, ready to slot in the lead position. Ahmed Al Amri now looking for a nice clean. Judges judge this obviously lead to lead, chase to chase basis. It was explained in the driver's briefing by our judges. And here we go, Hadidi to lead out Al Amri for the second run of our one more time battle. Through the chicane. Once again, Al Amri, big clutch kick. Goes for a strange initiation this time, Al Amri. Can he make it pay off? As we see Haytham Al Hadidi now into outside zone 3, dialing on the angle, wheels over the edge of the circuit, dials on even more angle, wheels over the edge of the track. Al Amri deals with it though, transitions through the smoke as Al Amri now looking to try and get up close and personal as Hadidi goes nice and wide in outside zone 4. Stall up on the transition for Al Amri though, but he makes it work as he gets close to the door as Hadidi fires through outside zone 6. Al Amri's with him, he's closer than he was, dives through the smoke into outside zone 7 and across the line. Ahmed Al Amri leaves these moves, leaves these little exclamation marks, these little stamps to the judges right till the last minute. And that line from Haytham Al Hadidi, look at this, look at the steering inputs from Haytham Al Hadidi. He's on and off of angles, really trying to balance the car in those outside zones. Where Ahmed Al Amri, to me, I know out of the zone and lacking a little bit of proximity, looks like he's way more control, especially in that lead position. You can see there, Al Amri says, well, this is where we're at. I'm going to make the dive on the door. This move for me through the smoke. Boom! Gets it done. Pushes up onto the side, across the line. And well, we're going to find out who's going to take it through to the Great 8. Will it be Ahmed Al Amri? Will it be Haytham Al Hadidi? Oh, there we go. Ahmed Al Amri gets the win. And Haytham Al Hadidi out of competition. And Ahmed Al Amri, those rock steady qualifying runs in the lead position are absolutely smashing it. Let's see how he gets on as we move further through competition. Well, we go back on the line. We go for a battle that we see only last week. It will be Steve Baggsy Biaggioni to chase down the higher qualifier Ali Maqsood. This one we've already seen before. And the 2023 champ keep hold of it. Wow, aggressive from Baggsy as he goes for the back bumper, or what's left of the back end of that 2JZ powered GT86. Ali Maqsood nice into outside zone 3. Baggsy shallows up the angle, looks to gain some lost ground as they transition across the circuit. Ali Maqsood goes wide though, wheels off track as Baggsy deals with it, holds on to the outside zone 4, right to the wall goes Ali Maqsood. They transition back, Baggsy looks to make a dive onto the door, now gets lost ever so slightly in outside zone 6 as he goes wide. Baggsy losing ground as Maqsood fires into outside zone 7 across the line. There we go, look back at the replay, look, aggression from Baggsy on initiation. Wow, we've not seen that yet so far this weekend. And as much as it paid off, he did lose a lot of ground. We're going to have a look though where Maqsood, again another driver on and off throttle, really working the steering wheel, dialing the car in, wheels way over though. There for Ali Maqsood in outside zone 4. Baggsy deals with it. And Ali Maqsood here, nice line into outside zone 5, but just struggles to get as deep as maybe the judges would have liked it. Baggsy fulfilling outside zone 6, loses a lot of ground though on that transition. And this one hanging in a balance between these two guys. And we swap them around. Baggsy now to lead out Ali Maqsood. And these guys looking for the thumbs up. So the 2022 champion leads out Ali Maqsood. Ali Maqsood hungry for this big flick across the circuit. Baggsy nice and wide. Ali Maqsood keeping hold of it. Oh, and Baggsy once again understeer, drops wheels off circuit, and that understeer playing in massive effect here at OIDC 2023. Transitions across. Maqsood still with him as now Maqsood can smell the blood in the water as Maqsood plants that 86 to the door of Baggsy's PS13 to the wall. Baggsy goes, it upsets the line as Maqsood takes the opportunity to dive. Maqsood can see Baggsy wounded and he waits as Baggsy drops wheels once again. Maqsood on the inside. Oh, brave transition for Maqsood when he comes across the circuit. Wow, look at this. So we go to take a look back at the replay. Ali Maqsood, look, holding off. Ali Maqsood drops wheels, but was he led off circuit by Baggsy? That'll be the question asked by the judges. As Ali Maqsood makes a big dive across the track. Look at this, takes a big bite out the side of that PS13, puts wheel to door. Look at Baggsy's line, bang, bangs that back end off the wall. Now upsets his line as Ali Maqsood can see the blood in the water and he can taste Baggsy hurt. Look at this from Maqsood, boom! But that for me, big mistake. Well, there we go. Bagsy pulls up to receive the decision from the judges. Ali Maxid jumps out of the car. Bagsy says, well, we keep doing this over and over again every single year. And Bagsy's been lucky the last few times. Can Bagsy take down Maxid, or was Maxid far too much to handle this weekend? Toyota GT86 absolutely flying. We wait for the decision to drop in from our judges. And Ali Maxid and Bagsy patiently wait for a decision. And well, no decision as of yet. I have muted the judges. I'm not listening to their feedback. They're deep in discussion and looking back on replays on their own replay system. They do have a big monitor in the tower above us where only they get the feed, so they can look back at stuff without us having to look through and through and through and through the same replay backwards and forwards constantly. So Ali Maxid, I think they're just trying to put some words in the judges' ears via the headset of our start line marshal. And here we go. Yeah, we are looking back. I think this for me, yeah, I mean, look, it's two wheels on the inside of the circuit, and I'm not sure, and I know Maxid knows that as well. I know Ali Maxid knows that it wasn't as clear cut as maybe it seems. But Bagsy's lead, that moment of understeer going into outside zone 2. And there we go. I do believe it's Ali Maxid. I'll wait for it to pop up on the screen. It did miss. There we go. Yeah, Ali Maxid gets the win and takes Bagsy out of competition. And Ali Maxid advances through to the Great 8. So there we go. We move it along to the next battle of the evening, and it will be Andreas Vasiliauskas to take on Vasiliauskas to take on Saeed Ahmed. As Bagsy just lays down a rolling burnout in front of the grandstand for the supporters here, and a nice crowd assembled this weekend. It's the weekend here in Oman. Friday, Saturday is the Omani weekend, so a nice crowd assembled for the weekend's activities. And we await to get Andreas Vasiliauskas off the line to lead out Saeed Ahmed. And I think we're just going to wait for that smoke to clear. And there we go. We are all good to rock and roll. Andreas Vasiliauskas, the Lithuanian, to lead out Saeed Ahmed from the UAE. Nice initiation from Andreas Vasiliauskas. And now he starts to lay down that gangster lead line. Look at that line into outside zone 3. Saeed Ahmed trying to keep a hold of it. Trying to keep himself in the fight here as Andreas Vasiliauskas fires across the circuit. The pace and grip in this E92 BMW Carbon Kevlar absolutely rocket ships across the circuit. Saeed Ahmed way offline, trying to gain something back, trying to gain any kind of lost ground or get himself into the fight. But he's lost in the smoke from the back end of the BMW of the Lithuanians as he finishes up an incredible lead. And there we go, take a look at the replay. Look at the line from Andreas Vasiliauskas. That line into outside zone 3 is absolutely textbook. Gets the job done right to the edge of the circuit. So rock steady, and the front wheels for me is so impressive when you know a driver's fully in control and they're dialed on that qualifying line. The front wheels will barely move apart from transition to transition, and you can see that play into full effect from Andreas Vasiliauskas. Gets himself dialed in, set up perfectly, and those wheels rock steady on the front of that BMW. Saeed Ahmed there, I think, just had a little bit of a lesson from Andreas Vasiliauskas that the international drivers are also not here to mess around. And Andreas Vasiliauskas had a few tough years here visiting Oman, and he'll be happy for a little bit of luck here in Muscat. So Vasiliauskas now pulls into the chase position as Saeed Ahmed finishes up a cool-down lap. And although the sun has set, ladies and gentlemen, it is still a healthy 20 degrees out there. Bearing in mind this is the Omani winter. The track conditions still very warm, but the track itself not the same as it was earlier on today in the midday sun when these guys were out in practice, and drivers saying that it changes so quickly and you have to be ready to adapt your driving skill and adapt the car to the day to night conditions. Well, green light to go. Saeed Ahmed to lead out Andreas Vasiliauskas, and here we go. Good initiation from both these guys, and Vasiliauskas starts to make the push already up onto the door. Look at this, very, very clean. Oh, contact from Vasiliauskas, but he stays in it. He loses the headlight wheel onto the door. Vasiliauskas absolutely flying as he takes punches onto the side of the carbon S13 of Saeed Ahmed, and now Vasiliauskas back into it once again. May have took a few bites and a few hits, but he backs away and lets Saeed Ahmed get himself set up for the outside zone 6, looks for the transition back, and Vasiliauskas looks for the side once again and just goes for a little dive onto the rear bumper. Wow, super aggressive for Vasiliauskas, super aggressive once again. Look at this as he comes through. Saeed Ahmed, no messing around, little handbrake there, and you can look at that. You can see Vasiliauskas adjust the car, just balance the car, bang, wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper. And nevertheless, doesn't really upset Saeed Ahmed's line too much. He deals with that pressure very, very well as a lead driver. And once again, you can see Vasiliauskas in it, still there. Strange transition to outside zone 5 for the Lithuanian. I think he makes it work, and I think he may have done enough to keep himself into it. So there we go, they pull up to receive the decision, and Saeed Ahmed says, well, I knew you was going to look at my car. What have you done? Look at my wheel. Look at my wing. Oh man, you've cracked my carbon Kevlar. Saeed Ahmed says, well, this is an expensive repair for the both of us. So Saeed Ahmed just taking a look at the damage. Vasiliauskas says, well, I'm not too worried about the damage because if I get closer to the podium, then that's all that really matters. And I want to join my fellow Lithuanian Benediktas Čerba in the Grade 8. So Vasiliauskas having a good chat with Saeed Ahmed, and the judges upstairs having a good chat about this one. Not sure which way this one could swing. The judges talking about contact, 2 points of contact after initiation. And as soon as you see it on the screen, oh no, on the screen, and we wait to see our start line marshal, who normally receives that information before anybody else. He will obviously point at the car of the winning driver. So a patient wait for a decision. And no decision as of yet. Well, judges deliberating this one, breaking it down, and I've just tuned back into my judge feed, and they are looking at multiple angles. So judges saying that maybe the lead line for Saeed Ahmed from outside zones 2 to 3 maybe not correct, hence why the contact. And I'm not sure if this one may potentially go one more time to try and get a clean battle out of these two guys to get a decision. We are just one more battle after this one to decide our Grade 8. And if we get a decision for this, it is just one more battle potentially to decide our Grade 8. If it's a one more time, well, it's two more battles to go. Well, a patient, long, nervous wait for the drivers and a long wait for you guys at home. And they're still deliberating, ladies and gentlemen. They're still not come to a decision. I can just tune in and tune out whenever I want. As I say, I don't listen to those guys non-stop, constantly. But I do tune in when I need to know the important information. And hopefully I can get an explanation for this after we get a decision. If it's a one more time, it's pretty clear cut. These guys will have to do it again. But whatever way this one swings, we will try and give you a bit of an idea of why the judges made that decision. And I think I think Saeed Ahmed thinks that this could swing his way, potentially. Well, I hope you're still with me and you haven't fallen asleep. I know this has been a long wait, but these guys want to make the right decision and put the right person through to the Grade 8. A lot at stake here for some of these drivers, and we will have a different podium, that is for sure. Because coming up, we have got Ahmed Daham to take on Nicholas Bertans. So one of those guys won't be getting a podium. So we will have a different podium here at round 2. Will it be a completely different podium? Well, only time will tell. But if the judges continue like this, we may still be here next weekend. Oh, there we go. Decisions in. One more time. I am going to talk to the judges quickly, so I will go silent for a few moments. Hope you'd forgive me. So there we go, just a quick word with the judges. Yeah, split judging decision upstairs, 2-1 vote. Two judges deeming that Andreas Vasiliauskas was too aggressive coming from outside zone 2 to 3, causing the contact. And another judge saying that the lead line from Saeed Ahmed wasn't the nicest, causing the contact. So the easiest way to decide this is by running them one more time. And you know, pretty self-explanatory really. If the judges can't decide it, they're going to go to a one more time and try and get the battle done cleaner, or wait for someone to make a fault. There we go. Well, this was the final at round 1. Now it's the top 16. Daham to lead out Nicholas Bertans. And look at the way Bertans looks out the window. Ahmed Daham, look at Daham absolutely flying. But Bertans is there. On the front wheel he goes. trying not to make contact as they come through the smoke, through the transition into outside zone 4. Daham getting bullied by the young gun from Latvia as Nicolas Bertens goes deeper into the wall. Look at the transition from Nicolas Bertens as he's all over the side of Ahmed Daham's S14. Daham tries to shut him off, but he can't as Bertens goes for the dive across the line. Wow. Unbelievable. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we were robbed of last weekend in the final. These two guys going for it. Very, very shallow angle there from Nicolas Bertens. But getting that proximity back, you know, carrying the same angle with a lesser powered car, especially compared to Daham's beast of an S14A. This transition, though, unbelievable from Nicolas Bertens. The dive through the smoke, the dive onto the door was so well timed, and Nicolas Bertens proving time and time again that he isn't someone to not be sniffed at, because that young man has talent beyond his years. So there we go, swapping them around. Nicolas Bertens just taking a few moments to cool the car and have a word with the spotters as Ahmed Daham pulls his S14 to the line. And Nicolas Bertens requested by our start line marshals, as you can see, trying to wave him over to make his way to the start line, ready to lead out Ahmed Daham. Oh, and potentially a 5-minute rule. So we see Nicolas Bertens there disappearing off the circuit. Well, there we go. Nicolas Bertens pulls into the pits, which means that is an automatic 5-minute rule activated by him and his team. So we won't get another one now until the final. Same with most of these guys. And Ahmed Daham will make his way off the circuit, pull back through the paddock, and wait to be instructed back onto the circuit. So one run done. And Nicolas Bertens exits the arena back into the paddock, which automatically triggers a 5-minute rule. Oh, and there we go, bonnet up on Nicolas Bertens' car. You can see the orange and blue shirt there of the OAA officials. And Nicolas Bertens' team working away, trying to have a look at the alignment. Yeah, there we go. We've got the guys have what is known in the business as the toe plates, or the tracking gauges. And these guys are going to just make sure that the front alignment on that car is absolutely 100% done. We won't move on to our Grade 8 battles, I don't believe, until we get the last of our top 16 done and dusted. And there we go, you can see the team down there having a look and quite happy with the situation. And Nicolas Bertens requested to go back to the back of the grid, so back onto the grid, ready to do battle. As Ahmed Daham, you can see him there parked up at the back. So Bertens requested to go back in to the tyre warming area to get himself ready to lead out Ahmed Daham. And maybe some of that contact onto the door unsettling the alignment on this BMW E36. As Nicolas Bertans pulls into the lead position. Like I say, a lot on the stake, a lot on the line for these guys here. This was the final battle at round 1, and we are being given it right now in top 16. So we will lose a heavy hitter, a big contender early on in competition. We've already lost Bagsy. We've already lost a lot of big names here this weekend, and neither of these guys are going to want to go down without a fight. So there we go. Bertans on the line to lead out Ahmed Daham. And Daham pulls to the line, ready to rock and roll. Knows he needs a chase run that maybe he has never put down in his life before. Green light is a go. Here we go. Through the chicane comes Nicolas Bertans to lead out Ahmed Daham for a spot in the Great 808s. Nice initiation from Nicolas Bertans. No proximity from Ahmed Daham at the moment as Bertans gets a nice line into outside zone 3. Now Daham starts to apply the pressure, starts to look for the door. That BMW 36 transitions back. Wow, Daham with an insane transition. He knows he needs to try and force something here. He needs to try and show the judges what he's got as they transition back once again. Daham brave on the transitions, gets onto the door, loses some ground as Bertans flicks it to our angle through outside zone 6. They come back once again into outside zone 7 and Bertans gets the job done. So here we go, looking back at the replay. Look at that wheel off the tarmac. These guys running so much grip now in these cars, picking up that front wheel clean off the tarmac. Daham with these incredible transitions into these outside zones. And Nicolas Bertans with a very, very nice lead line. Those transitions from Ahmed Daham were very good, but just not as close as what Nicolas Bertans was. And now we wait to see what the call is. So we await the decision for the judges to come in, and you see these two guys now just having some fun talking about it and saying, you know what, there's nothing more crazier than this sport when we get to go door to door. Dan pointing out the tyre marks on the side of his car. He's saying, man, I'm going to have to get a new wrap for the next round because you've destroyed the side of this one. So just listening to the judges now and waiting for the decision to come in. And who is going to take the win? Oh, Nicolas Bertans gets the win, advances through, and we lose Ahmed Daham in competition. And judges having a big discussion on that one. So here we go, a quick word with the judges. Lead to lead, chase to chase. And as you see, the second half of the run, Ahmed Daham not having that same proximity. Nicolas Bertans overall a better lead, a better chase. Getting the win and moving through, and we lose a big contender. We lose Ahmed Daham out of our top 16. We go back to the one more time battle. Andreas Vasiliauskas to take on Saeed Ahmed. And Andreas Vasiliauskas has decided to shed some more of those panels on that E92 BMW. As he now prepares to go at it once again. And he knows where he made the mistake. If it wasn't for the contact, potentially being over aggressive. Could have got the win and advanced through to the Great 8 to face off against Nicolas Bertans. Just one more spot to fill in the Great 8 before we advance on with the first battle of that, which will be Clint Van Ort to take on Alan Hines. And here we go. They give the signal to the start line marshal, and he lets the light go green. Cones clip, no worries. Big initiation coming up from Andreas Vasiliauskas. He would have been working that car as much grip into the back of it as possible. Saeed Ahmed, though, absolutely throws it away. He just cannot hang with the pace or the speed of the Lithuanian. Saeed Ahmed takes himself off the circuit. And Andreas Vasiliauskas absolutely blistering pace through the track. Looks for that final outside 2 zones and gets the job done across the line. Goes Vasiliauskas. Not the nicest entry into outside zone 7 though, so very, very lucky there was a mistake. Let's have a look what happened to Saeed Ahmed. Fired in, car just never reacted, and you could see as soon as it come on power, over-rotated, and he had to back out of it completely. So 10-0 advantage there handed to Andreas Vasiliauskas. And Vasiliauskas there finishing up his run, as I said, not a nice line into outside zone 7, so maybe needs to be careful about that one when we swap it around in the chase position. There we go. Vasiliauskas gets a moment to cool the car as he now makes his way to the start line. Saeed Ahmed sits with that 10-0 deficit and doesn't take a drift judge or an expert to work out that one, that's for sure. And here we go, run 2 of the one more time. And through the chicane it goes Saeed Ahmed, chance for a little redemption, but very early initiation and it completely stalls him up. Now Saeed Ahmed tries to rescue something from this one, but the car, big problems with that car, just not working as he allows Andreas Vasiliauskas to run away with this one. And maybe Andreas Vasiliauskas now sitting in that car saying, well, that's kind of probably the best situation we could have had from this. An easy decision for the judges. And run 2 in the bag for Andreas Vasiliauskas. Here we go. Well, not going to see the replay. No need. We know exactly what happened. And there we go. Vasiliauskas doesn't even get out of the car. He says, I know exactly how it went. They're going to go for a little parade lap around. And there we go. Vasiliauskas moves it on. So, Clint Van Ort to take on Alan Hines. Benedikt Ascherba to take on Ahmed Al-Amri. Timo Lipski to take on Ali Mahsid. And Vasiliauskas to take on Nicolas Bertans. That is what's coming up in the Great 8. I'm sure we may have a few moments break as we get those battles ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to have a quick sip of a drink. And I'll be back in a few seconds' time for more action here at round 2 of the 2023 OIDC. So just being informed there will be a 10-minute break. So I advise you to go and get a cold refreshment, and you can check out this guy on track right now who will be doing a run of the drift circuit on 2 wheels. Crazy, I know. Welcome to the Middle East. As I say, I'm going to rest my voice and rest your ears. You can check this out or go and get yourself a cold drink. We'll be carrying on in 10 minutes time. 7:40 we'll be back with Great 8 action. See you soon.
أكيد نواصل مع بعض هذا الاستعراض الجميل لسيارة أومان رأيكم يعني أنه ما حد يترك حركات الفيديو المتمرس والعارض السيارات معدلة بشكل خاص يعني على أساس تقدم هذا الاستعراض. حيوا يا جمهور، يحييكم، حيوا يا جمهور، حيوا يا جمهور، يوصل وين اللي يلعبها حيوه. أول راح أحد أعضاء لجنة التحكيم نزل المنصة ياخذ أكيد الصور يعني الاستعراض الجميل وأنا حي بعد وأنا حي. برافو 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 برافو. يعطيك العافية.
بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the show. Me and Grinya were definitely enjoying the show there with the two-wheel action. And there we go. Time to move on to the first battle in our Grade 8. It will be Clint Van Opp to take on Alan Hines. So both guys, tyres warmed and back on the line. Ready to kick off the action. They get the thumbs up. This is for a spot in the final four. 2 shots at the podium away for one of these guys who will make it through. Alan Hines to lead out. Wow, look at the aggression from Clint Van Opp, though he knows he wants it. He's hungry for it this time as he dials on the angle now, matches the angle of Alan Hines. Nice line into outside zone 3 for Alan Hines as Clint Van Opp has to make a correction in outside zone 3, waits for the transition back now as Clint Van Opp tries to repair a little bit of damage there, jumps up onto the side of the green Pro Drift Academy S14, dives back across the circuit again. Does Clint Van Opp, goes for it, oh, contact, body kit flies as he pushes Hines deeper into outside zone 6 and he may want it to go. Transitions back, Clint Van Opp hungry, onto the rear bumper and across the line. So there we go, taking a look back and you can see there's a mistake from Clint Van Opp, just waiting for that one. to appear, and was just breaking down the run in my head, probably like you guys at home. That dive though, absolutely gangster from Clint Van Aert. Gets himself right into the mix. And again here, look at this aggression though, Clint Van Aert. I'm not sure, what did I see there? If Alan Hines had slightly lifted off the throttle as he approached outside zone 6, which is why there was contact made between him and Clint Van Aert. And I am not sure. I'm sure the judges will be looking at it and talking about it, that's for sure. So Clint Van Aert taking his car for another little cool down run. Maybe a time for a moment of reflection. There's Clint Van Aert. Now makes his way back towards the start line. We can see the pit crew there taking a look underneath the back of Alan Hines' S14, making sure that the contact there wasn't any more than just a little wheel rub between those two guys, and that nothing was damaged. As now Alan Hines does wait on the edge of the tyre warming area, and they are being instructed to pull their cars back to the line. And Clint Van Aert, there we go, just gets his crew to check his car over. And you see those guys just cooling down the radiator. And Alan Hines just having a word with his spotter there, Reece Tatterson, and you can see his mechanic, Dean, taking a look at that rear wheel, so not sure whether he's took on some damage or not. I'm going to try and listen into the judges. And just have a listen to the judges. Clint Van Aert pulled back to the line, so I wonder if Alan Hines is trying to consider a 10-minute competition timeout. So judges are taking a look back at the replay. I think Alan Hines would like a 10-minute competition timeout. So, judges just discussing the contact there after outside zone 5. I'm not sure whether they're going to try and deem Alan Hines at fault here, saying that he was not on throttle, or maybe not on as much throttle as Clint Van Aert anticipated he would be after leaving outside zone 5. That is a full throttle zone from 5 to 6, and as I mentioned before, just a small decel into outside zone 6 to set that car up. And officials and team waiting to get the order. They don't want to automatically activate that 5-minute rule yet, as soon as they do pull through that entrance into the pits, they will activate a 5-minute rule. Alan Hines yet to use a 5-minute rule. Ahmed Daham has used his, and so did Nicolas Bertans. So we'll wait to find out. You can see the officials there just standing in front of the car, making sure that no one's moved. And there we go. Interesting. So still deliberations going on from our judges, and they still taking a look back at the replay to see whether they do deem Alan Hines at fault for the contact, whether he was on full throttle from outside zone 5. So Alan Hines, I think, wants to have a look at the car, but doesn't want to activate a 5-minute rule unless he has to. or whether the judges are going to deem Clint Van Ort at fault for over-aggression. We've seen that before. So we wait and see what is happening here. So, still a discussion going on between our judging panel whether they deem Alan Hines at fault or not. And a lot of discussions going on. As you can see, the crew taking a look at the car. Maybe there is damage that isn't visible to us now, unfortunately. Clint Van Ort happy enough though to continue on, sits on the line ready to rock and roll. And we await for a decision. So there we go. We are sorry for the delay and the quietness and the absolute radio silence, but I'm trying to listen into the judges, trying to get an understanding of how they're looking at this. They do deem it as a competition timeout for Alan Hines. They do deem that Clint Van Ort is at fault for the contact. So there we go. Alan Hines will have 10 minutes competition timeout to fix the car. And he will now leave the tyre warming area to go back to his paddock. And you can see, look at that, the upset from Clint Van Ort's team member there, walking away from the marshal, shaking his head. And believe me, these guys were discussing this one and breaking the run down, replay after replay. As I say, you know, I could hear them in my headset talking about the replays, talking about what part of the circuit, where they thought maybe Alan Hines was off throttle. They didn't. They deemed Alan Hines to be on throttle in that zone where he needed to be on the correct qualifying line, and Clint Van Ort was deemed at fault. So a competition timeout handed to Alan Hines. I do believe now Clint Van Ort will make his way off circuit, probably go back to his pit area where he won't be allowed to work on his car, just have a look at it. So there we go, Clint Van Ort. You can see that wheel a little buckled there where they made the contact. And Clint Van Ort, if he needs to work on that car or touch it, we'll have to call a competition timeout. Call a 5-minute rule, and he will only have 5 minutes to work on that car, and he won't get another one until he's into the final four. If he gets that far in competition, we're going to move it along. Benedikt Cherba to take on Ahmed Al Amri. And the Lithuanian, well, he was this close last weekend, and he made contact with a lead driver and knocked himself out of competition. That driver was Egaris Kogeris, who unfortunately out of competition in the top 32. And now Ahmed Al Amri, the opportunity to go yet again one step further in competition here in the OIDC than he has before, to get 2 shots at the podium. So Al Amri warms the tyres, and Ahmed Al Amri now calls over the marshal. So maybe not as simple grade 8 as what we assumed. Fingers crossed there isn't any issues. And Ahmed Al Amri will call a 5-minute rule as well. By the looks of things, it looks like he has broke the car in the tyre warming area. So there we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Never simple, never easy. Always the way here in Oman, and I said that to a few drivers when they landed here who have never been here before. I said things happen in Oman that don't always happen anywhere else in the world. The car could be 100% when you put it in that container to ship it all the way here, but may break. That moment, that first practice run, you can see Al Amri out of the car now, and the crew bonnet open, so 5-minute rule activated. And a lot of guys around the car trying to work out what the problem is. You can see Haytham Al Hadidi there trying to talk to Ahmed Al Amri. And so we await that 5-minute rule clock to count down. And again, not sure of what the issue is. Maybe a throttle issue, as we see multiple members of Ahmed Al Amri's team trying to resolve the problem. And maybe a throttle cable broken. Wild guesses from me, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm guessing you most probably feel the same anyway. Well, there we can see Clint Van Oort make his way back towards the beginning of the queue there. So Alan Hines is ready. So we may go back and finish off the second half of the run of the first battle. Yeah, we are. That is exactly what's going to happen, because why not? So there we go. A 5-minute rule continues in the background for Ahmed Al Amri, and we will bring you more on that as and when we get that information. Looks like Alan Hines is happy to continue. Don't forget, Clint Van Oort deemed at fault for that contact, so we would assume that there is a slight advantage hanging in the balance for Alan Hines. Oh, and here we go. Run 2 of our Grade 8 kicks off right now. Clint Van Oort through the chicane, through the gears, leading out. Alan Hines almost contact. Hines goes for an aggressive initiation, loses a little bit of ground as Clint Van Oort goes out for 2, but he's shallow on outside zone 3, and the lead line now not working for Clint Van Oort. He does manage to get to outside zone 3, but he's very, very late. That upsets the chase of Alan Hines, but he's going to work himself back into it. Oh, as Clint Van Oort over-rotates, wheels off the edge of the circuit, and Alan Hines has to shut it down. So there we go, Alan Hines. So Alan Hines will make his way back to the start line. Not sure what happened there for Clint Van Oort. Nice initiation. Does cut shallow, not that midline for outside zone 2, and that weird line puts him in a very awkward position for outside zone 3. Does manage to get right to the very edge of the outside zone, but wheels over, yeah, way over there, and you can see I think he gets a little bit loose on that tarmac that's undrifted, and Clint Van Oort, you know, will take that one. He'll say, I made it to the top 16, sorry, to the Grade A, and Alan Hines will advance through into the final four once again, and now starts to put a hold on the championship, shakes his head and says, what is going on? And every move he makes steps a little bit closer to success once again, as Alan Hines now leaves the circuit and makes his way back to the paddock. We move it along to the other side of the bracket. That 5-minute rule still rolling for Benedikt Tescheba and Ahmed Al-Amri. And we move it to Timo Lipski, the Ukrainian driver, to take on Ali Mahseed. So, Timo Lipski, the higher qualifier, to lead out the Q80 driver Ali Mahseed. And again, another battle of unknowns about to unfold here. Contact between these guys after nearly every single run, and Ali Mahseed pulls to the line to chase down Timo Lipski. And just like you, I'm hoping for a nice, clean, tough, door-on-door battle to decide who will go through to the final four. This means a lot for both of these guys. Yet to get there this season. Here we go through the gears. Nice initiation from Lipski as he fires that BMW in to the outside zone. Nice line into two. Look at this, right to the edge circuit. Oh, 3 wheels off though from Timo Lipski as Ali Mahseed hunts him down. Onto the door goes Ali Mahseed, but he puts on way too much angle and almost over rotates now as Timo Lipski holds on to it. Starts to drive away, but Ali Mahseed finds himself once again back on the door of that white BMW. Transitions, oh, contact! As Ali Mahseed goes too aggressive and tags the door and puts himself off the track. Timo Lipski looks to finish the run, and you can see that tire mark on the door underneath that Drift Sunday sticker. Well, here we go. Let's take a look back at this. Drama after drama after drama. Right, Timo Lipski, nice line, too wide, 3 wheels off track. Keeps a hold of it. Ali Mahseed though, too much angle. Dials on way too much angle there on outside zone 3. Gets himself back into the groove, back into it. Starts to find the door of that white BMW. Then the transition here, times it perfectly. Boom, carries too much speed. And now we ask the question, who's at fault? So there we go. Judges are deliberating this one. These guys back on the line, ready to go. I think they've come to a decision on the first half of the run. So we look to activate run 2. And our start line marshal just taking a glance across the circuit to make sure it is all good to go. As now he walks his way back to give these guys the signal. Timo Lipski to chase down Ali Mahseed. And we'll get to the bottom of the contact and who was at fault for wheels off and whatnot after this run. Nice initiation though from Mahseed. Starts to apply the throttle to the floor and drive away from Timo Lipski. But Timo Lipski now looking to make a dive, looking to make a move as he transitions through the smoke. Ali Mahseed absolutely dialed into outside zone 4 on the foot brake, keeping that car balanced, takes it to the white line, but Timo Lipski with him though on the transition back. Now Timo Lipski, no contact, manages to get himself into the groove. Ali Mahseed once again applies the pressure, starts to drive away as Mahseed takes it to the line and gets the job done. Yes, so there we go. Decisions in. Ali Maxid gets the win, advances through. And a poor lead line for Timo Lipski in the lead position. Ali Maxid gets a step closer to the podium. We go back to the line. The 5-minute rule finished, and Ahmed Al Amri was ready to rock and roll. So Ahmed Al Amri to chase down Benediktas Cherba. And here we go, through the chicane we go, through the gears. Benediktas Cherba to lead out Ahmed Al Amri, and Ahmed Al Amri now, that car working 100% as Cherba hammers the throttle absolutely to the metal as far as it will go. As Ahmed Al Amri though, balancing that car, look at him working the throttle. He has got the grip and the pace to keep up with the Lithuanian driver as they transition to outside zone 4. Benediktas Cherba onto the throttle, up into the white line as Amri goes for it. Ahmed Al Amri, no messing around, lacks a little bit of proximity, but he's right there with Benediktas Cherba now as he looks for the transition once again, waits to make the move, and he does, up onto the door. Well, so there we go, nice initiation. Ahmed Al Amri's got these initiations dialed, manages to get the car set up nicely, some separation but not too far away. Poor line from Ahmed Al Amri into outside zone 3, but he does have a degree of proximity leading into outside zone 3. As Benediktas Cherba sticks to that perfect qualifying line. Look at this, takes it right to the white line. Good transition back. This again where Ahmed Al Amri makes that dive every single time, run after run into those zones. Puts it to the door, and here gets it done, squeezes the throttle and goes wheel to wheel across the line with Benediktas Cherba. Well, there we go, Ahmed Al Amri takes a moment to stop and talk to his team and requested back to the start line by the marshal, as you can see, waving him on as Ahmed Al Amri now, unless he calls that 5-minute rule, he's requested back to the start line within a few minutes, and now it sits on the line ready to lead out Benediktas Cherba, a Lithuanian driver hunting for a spot in the final 4. Oh, here we go, through the chicane. Ahmed Al Amri through the gears. Nice little feint initiation right to the edge of the circuit. Goes Ahmed Al Amri, a little waver, but he keeps a hold of it now as Ahmed Al Amri, absolutely beautiful into outside zone 3. Pins the throttle down, looks out the side window and says, "See you later, Cherba." But Cherba's going nowhere as he dives through the smoke. Very shallow line, but he makes it work as Cherba looks for the door of the S15. Doesn't want to go down without the fight. The Lithuanian, good transition back and a nice dive onto the door from Benediktas Cherba as he's closer than Ahmed Al Amri now. He knows he needs to prove to the judges there is nothing left in this one. Good dive from Cherba, back on the door again. Textbook stuff from both of these guys. Incredible lead and a very, very nice chase. Benediktas Cherba getting the job done. That gives him the room, gives him everything he needs there to get into outside zone 3. Does not impede his line, keeps away from him, no contact, then boom, through the smoke, starts to make the dive, starts to force the move on Ahmed Al Amri, and Ahmed Al Amri doing everything he can. That very nice lead line, but that move, those transitions from Benediktas Cherba were textbook. And they get into outside zone 6, Benediktas Cherba right with him, and the dive through the smoke there into 7, onto the door he goes. Wow, very, very nice. Well, here we go, both guys jump out of the car, and Ahmed Al Amri says, "Well, for a moment there I didn't think it was going to go any which way. I thought I was going to gift him it." And Cherba says, "Wow, what a battle. That was so much fun." Both guys leaving it all out on track, and Ahmed Al Amri will be so happy to have managed to battle here on this stage in front of his home ground against Benediktas Cherba. But would love nothing more than to get the win and get into the final 4. But that decision is left down to the judges. who's going to take it through to the final four. So just listening into the judges, and they are splitting hairs. And there we go, a one more time. Well, Ahmed El Amri is not having it easy this weekend. A one more time between himself and Hadidi, and now a one more time between himself and Benedict Escharber. And he's going back to the paddock and saying, well, on a good day, I'm not sure I would have even thought of that one, but nevertheless, it's going to happen. And we move it along to the final battle, well, what would have been the final battle of our Great Eight. Andreas Vasiliauskas to take on Nicolas Bertans. Thumbs up from both the drivers. They slot the cars into gear. They get the green light. Through the chicane comes Andreas Vasiliauskas. Oh, and a brave flick across the circuit for Vasiliauskas, but it doesn't faze Nicolas Bertans as he holds on to a look at the back end of that carbon Kevlar E92 BMW wheel to wheel. Bertans is not missing as Vasiliauskas goes to the wall. Bertans waits for the transition, times it impeccably. Oh, as Vasiliauskas goes almost 3 wheels off circuit there. Goes super wide, transitions back. Bertans with him once again. Onto the door goes Nicolas Bertans. And this guy looks unstoppable. Can he be beaten? Oh, he shuts his nose in the door as Vasiliauskas finishes up the run. Well, brave initiation from Andreas Vasiliauskas, trying to upset the young Latvian driver. As Andreas Vasiliauskas puts that car right where it needs to be, but look at this, goes wide, gets the transition a little too late, and then watch this, goes off, keeps going off, and then, is that 3 wheels? It's almost 4 wheels off the circuit there for Andreas Vasiliauskas. Nicolas Bertans deals with it very, very well, and still keeps the pressure on, still applies the pressure to the side and the rear of Vasiliauskas' E92, but right there, that moment, a little stall up for Nicolas Bertans, but is that enough to overturn the wheels off track for Andreas Vasiliauskas? I'm not sure it is. So there we go. Judges having a chat about that. Nicolas Bertans signalling something to the start line marshal. And Nicolas Bertans pulls up in the tyre warming area. And now a discussion between the crew and the marshals down in the tyre warming area. So, listening to the officials here and listening to what is going on, Nicolas Bertans is requesting a competition timeout due to contact. Trying to think of where there was contact, unless it was Bertans who made contact with Andreas Vasiliauskas. And as you can see, those guys down there now discussing this. Now, don't forget that Nicolas Bertans has already used his 5-minute rule earlier on today when he drove into the paddock. He activated that 5-minute rule, and now doesn't have one unless he progresses further than this battle. He will unlock another one when he gets into the final four. And Nicolas Bertans is requesting a competition timeout. So I'm going to have a quick listen to the judges to find out if there was any contact anywhere. So maybe contact here. Alright, there we go. So maybe contact there. This is where they're saying that there was contact made. But take a close look at Andreas Vasiliauskas' car. He was on full throttle, and it was Nicolas Bertans that almost impeded the lead car there, taking too far of a bite up the inside. It's a big rule in twin battle competition that as a chase driver you aren't to impede the lead car's line. And Nicolas Bertans there taking quite a big dive up the inside and potentially damaging his own car. I'm not sure he's going to get granted a competition timeout here by the judges. Well, there we go. So, judges we will talk to later, they're discussing the situation. I don't think there is a competition timeout awarded, obviously, for Nicolas Bertans. In my eyes, the fault lies with Nicolas Bertans there being too far up the inside. Well, he pulls to the line to lead out Andreas Vasiliauskas, and it does look like there is some damage on that front wheel. It does look like something is bent from where I'm sitting, and probably from where you're sitting looking at this, either on your smartphone, tablet, laptop, smart TV, I guess. And now we wait some more. As we are edging very, very close to our final four battles. And now Andreas Vasiliauskas pulls away from the line. So I'm going to have a quick listen to the judges to find out what is going on here. So, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Nicolas Bertans, unfortunately, has been disqualified from competition here this evening. Judges didn't deem Andreas Vasiliauskas at fault. They deemed Nicolas Bertans at fault for impeding the lead line. Now, they said to me a moment ago on my headset that Nicolas Bertans maybe would have been given a competition timeout if Vasiliauskas was offline. But he wasn't. He was on the qualifying line. The transition from 6 to 7 was perfectly acceptable. But Nicolas Bertans took too much of an advantage up the inside, and that was where the contact was made. He wasn't given a competition timeout, and unfortunately, with the car not being able to be used, he has had to be disqualified from competition. The wheel was bent. There was no way of putting down a lead run. Too dangerous to fire him into that first corner. So disqualified for competition. How about that? Drama, drama, drama. So there we go. We have one more time battle left to go. between Benedict Cherba and Ahmed Al Amri. Ahmed Al Amri getting all of the tough luck this weekend. He'll be enjoying himself nevertheless, but none of these battles are going to be falling in his hand. And I do believe that we are now joined by His Excellency Ahmed Mohammed Al Humaidi, the chairman of Muscat Municipality. So there we go. Some of our drivers greeting the chairman and His Excellency. So there will be a small break as these guys will greet some of our drivers and are taken to their seating area by our Chief of Motorsport here in Oman, Suleiman. So while we do have this slight pause in this crazy action that who knows what is going to happen, I will take 5 minutes to rest my voice and I will see you in a couple of minutes time for more action and potentially that one more time. Well, we're back and we're going to leave His Excellency and the chairman to enjoy the sights and sounds of the paddocks, and we're going to move it on with a one more time battle. Benedict Cherba to lead out Ahmed Al Amri for a spot in the final four awaits. Al Amri way out of position there. He's going to struggle now. Yeah, wheels on the inside as Benedict Cherba fires into outside zone 3. Look how good he is on those outside zones, but Ahmed Al Amri gets his way back into the fight as he transitions now through the smoke. Cherba on rails as he moves through outside zone 4. Ahmed Al Amri trying to rein him in, trying to get dialed up on the door. Good transition back from Ahmed Al Amri as he looks for the side of that yellow BMW E92 Eurofighter. Now Al Amri loses some ground. The transition coming up, a good flick from Cherba right to the edge of the circuit, across the line with Al Amri in tow. Well, there we go. A little shy actually on the initiation, missed out from Benedict Cherba. Could have been deeper on outside zone 1, but nevertheless he did make that line work, and you can see working the wheel inside the car, dabbing the foot brake, just balancing the back end of that BMW right where it needs to be. And Benedict Cherba not wanting to make any mistakes this time. He was this close before and he doesn't want to miss out on an opportunity of trying to get on the podium. As Benedict Cherba there, good transition, look at that, right to the edge of the circuit. And Ahmed Al Amri once again taking that little dive onto the door as we see His Excellency and Chairman talking to a few of the MENA and local drivers. And MENA, if you missed out last week, I explained is a champion. There's 3 championships that all run within themselves in the IDC. So we have the Oman International Drift Championship, we have the MENA Championship and the local championship, and the MENA covers all of the countries within the Middle East and North Africa. So Ahmed Al Amri, the Omani national, the only one still in the fight, and I'm assuming to be this far in competition, will take the top step in both the MENA and the local competition tonight. So 2 podiums potentially. Can he get a third? Can he get a third here at OADC round 2? Nice initiation for Al Amri, but unfazed from Cherba. He waits for him to make his move as Al Amri gets into the outside zone. Now Cherba starts to make the dive, turns the screw a little bit as Cherba knows he can't let him get away. He needs to add a little bit more proximity, a little bit more spice to the mix this time, not to leave the judges questioning anything. As Al Amri goes nice and wide on the transition, Cherba right with him, and Cherba goes for a brave dive, almost over rotates, almost stalls up as Cherba has to use the brakes to put that car into a stall. Transitions back once again, Cherba back on the door across the line. Well, there we go. Benedictas Cherba didn't leave too much out there on that one, almost put too much into the mix. As Ahmed Al Amri did what he's been doing all weekend on that qualifying line. Very, very nice for Ahmed Al Amri. And a good transition right there though for Benedictas Cherba as he finds himself parked on the door of that S15. Nice line, look at that transition, tucks right down on the inside, almost gets himself too caught up there. Has to stall up ever so slightly, but shows the skill and talent that the Lithuanian driver has got. As now Cherba almost makes contact with him across the line. Nice stuff. Here we go, live feed now as these VVIPs, His Excellency Ahmed Mohammed Al Hamaidi, the chairman of the Muscat municipality, makes his way to the VVIP seating area. So there will be a small break at the moment. We will get that decision between Cherba and Al Amri in the meantime. And His Excellency will take a seat to absorb the views of our final 4 here this evening. So, judges taking a look back at the replays, trying to work out a decision here, and once again too tight. Judges saying this is a very big battle to make any mistakes, and both of these guys deserve it of a spot in the final 4. So just a little view there of what the judges are looking at in the room just above me, and how they're trying to break this one down. As they say, this one very, very tight and a very big battle. This is for the final spot in the final 4. So already battles lining up. It will be Alan Hines to face off against one of these guys. Who will it be? Will it be Ahmed Al Amri, or will it be Benedictas Cherba? And on the other side of the bracket, we do have Ali Mahsid to take on the Lithuanian Andreas Vasiliauskas. So, no decision as of yet from the judges. I'm going to take a quick listen in to see if there's anything that they have discovered. So there we go, just taking a quick listen in, and I apologise for being silent at those moments, just trying to really listen to what they're talking about. And the judges are very, very much splitting hairs here. They're very, very much making sure that they do not make a mistake. They are really dissecting these runs, where exactly every driver put their car, where every driver made a wobble, and I did just say a moment ago, this could be a one more time, but unfortunately it can't be. We have to get the decision done. And Ahmed Al Amri, once again, not being handed an easy ride this weekend after qualifying 5th. And don't forget, Benedikt Scherber qualified 4th. Ahmed Al Amri qualified 5th. So it just goes to show you how consistent and how good these guys are. So we patiently wait for the decision to drop in, and Scherber won't take his eyes off the screen, won't take his eyes off that marshal. He wants to see the hands fall his way. Has he done enough? That's the question. Has he done enough to get himself a spot in the final 4? So, still discussing, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not. This is serious business. These guys take this very, very seriously. And our judges, if you're only just joining us now and always, and for the rest of Season 5 of the 2023 Oman International Drift Championship, Kieran Hines, Vernon Svanefeld, and Wada Ugba. And there we go, the huge Lithuanian flag hanging over the grandstand as these guys praying and hoping to have 2 Lithuanian drivers into the final 4. Oh, and it's going to be another one more time. We need to have a word of our judges, so I will go silent, and I'll be back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive me. Well, a quick word with the judges, and it does reveal that, yeah, those guys, a split judging panel, once again, not being able to make a decision, saying that there are so many minute mistakes, there's not enough in it to knock either one of these drivers out of competition. Vernon Svanefeld was leaning one way, Kieran Hines was leaning another, and Wada Ugba, he was saying, look, there's no way to separate these guys. They are almost mirror image. There's similar mistakes in a similar place. They have both got similar proximity. Both their lead lines are very similar. Their chases are very similar. There's only one way to decide this, and this is to send them one more time. And this is a very rare situation, because normally we'd have to go for a decision, especially now in the Great 8. But for a spot in the final 4 means a lot of these guys, especially Ahmed Al Amri, the local hero, and Benedikt Scherber, who has flown a long way across the world to be here this weekend. So, strange circumstances, but they will go again, and we will give them that time to prepare their cars to go. We can't move on to our final 4 battles until we do have this Great 8 battle done. So, once again, I will leave you with some scenes around the paddock, and I do believe we're going to see some 2-wheel action once again from the Toyota out on circuit. So don't go anywhere. who knows what's going to happen in the next God knows how long.
أكيد المرافق المميز والتطور الكبير لجمعية الجمعية العمانية للسيارات خلال السنوات الأخيرة كنا نتابع هذا التطور، هذا الشيء الجميل والتحسن سنة بعد سنة من خلال إضافة مرافق جديدة، تحسين بيئة مناسبة للشباب أكيد لتنظيم هكذا مسابقات في المكان المناسب. مثل ما قلنا هذه الحالة تعتبر واحدة من الأفضل على مستوى الشرق الأوسط تجهيزا من حيث الأمن والسلامة، وأكيد مجموعة من السباقات والفعاليات جالسين نشوف أوردي في هذه الحالة موفقين في المرافق الأخرى في الجميع العمانية للسيارات. إذا لحظات بسيطة متابعينا الكرام راح نرجع بعد إن شاء الله. راح نشوف الآن نشوف كأنه في دخول منطقة الإحماء أتوقع. جالس أشوف بعض التجهيزات على منطقة الصيانة. طبعا ما راح ننتقل للتوب إلا بعد انتهاء الهيت الأخير من التوب 8 واللي بقى معانا لأحمد العامري وتشيربان. راح يتم تجديد عقد الأربعة المتأهلين، راح نشوف بطل جديد في الجولة الثانية بعد خروج نيكولاس ميكناك اللاتفي، وأكيد أيضا أحمد دحامي كان ثاني في الجولة الثانية. إلى لحظات راح نرجع لكم إن شاء الله لمتابعة الهيت الأخير اللي هو ون مور تايم بين تشيربا وأحمد العامري. التشيك يتم الأخير قبل الدخول أكيد للون مور تايم الأخير بالنسبة لأحمد العامري وتشيربان. من خلال إن شاء الله راح نشوف المتأهل الرابع. بدأ صور جميلة مسائية شتوية هنا لحلبة مسقط الانجراف. شايفين الماب الخاصة أكيد بالمتأهلين راح يكون معانا في الهيت القادم، بس ننتظر التوب 4 معانا إن شاء الله. إذا علي مكسيد وأندرس راح يكونوا موجودين معانا في التوب 4، وأكيد ألان هاينز والفائز من أحمد العامري وتشيربا راح يكون أيضا هيت قوي حقيقة حاضر بين ألان هاينز والفائز من أحمد العامري. علي مكسيد راح يقابل أندرس في الهيت القادم إن شاء الله. إذا فقط في انتظار دخول أحمد وتشيربا.
Well, looks like we are back ready to rock and roll. As you can see, Benediktas Gerber, fresh tyres, more fuel, more enthusiasm. Back on the line, ready to go for the second one more time. And judges saying this has to be it. This has to be the ultimate decision. One of these guys has to go through. We can't delay the competition any longer. And Ahmed Al Amri, as you see down there, getting that car cooled down, a fresh pair of tyres, and checked over, ready to go down once again. The gauntlet to battle Benediktas Gerber for the final spot in the final four. We are going to get there tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Have faith in us, have faith in me. As we await our judging panel to be ready to watch these guys go. And both guys sit on the line, awaiting that signal from our start line marshal. Thumbs up all around. Here we go. The second one more time has to be done this time. Surely one of these guys has to do something different. Big initiation from both of them, and Ahmed Al Amri makes a mistake on initiation. Separation straight away as now Benediktas Gerber puts the foot to floor, goes wide, just about holds it on the tarmac, but Ahmed Al Amri starts to make a dive back, starts to pull back once again, wheels off the outside edge of the circuit for Benediktas Gerber now as Ahmed Al Amri sees him make that move, looks for the transition as Ahmed Al Amri waits for the transition to be done by Gerber to make the move up onto the door. As Gerber hammers down and through the circuit, transitions back, Al Amri onto the side and across the line. Well, there we go. Look back at the replay. Big separation after initiation on Benediktas Gerber. And Benediktas Gerber puts it down once again. Got a very nice lead line, but it does drop wheels over the edge of the circuit. A couple of mistakes creeping in. These guys now getting tired. Run after run after run. They're putting more runs through this circuit than anyone else has in competition so far. And Ahmed Al Amri doing as much as he can to try and force something in his direction. So I was just having a little listen to the judges, and yeah, mistakes from Ahmed Al Amri and mistakes from Benediktas Gerber. I'm not sure, I wasn't giving too much away there on their own little system to what way this is swinging at the moment. And both guys, as we say, making mistakes. Gerber wheels over, not the cleanest of leads, did tidy it up towards the end of the run. And Ahmed Al Amri, that big mistake on initiation would have hurt his score. So now we swap them around. Al Amri to lead, Benediktas Gerber to give chase. And yeah, judges still discussing this one and won't let these guys leave the line until they've thoroughly discussed what is going on and how they, and if they are happy to run the second half of the run. There we go, they certainly are. So off the line they come. Al Amri to lead out Benediktas Gerber. Look at Gerber right onto the back bumper. That S15 is closer than he was before. Shallows up the angle, now starts to dial it in. Gerber needs to be careful. He knows he needs to do something to force the judge's hand to put him into that final four. And Gerber closer than anyone else through that first big outside zone. Gerber then makes the transition work as he now once again gets closer and closer and closer. Up and to the door he goes with Al Amri's perfect lead line. Onto the door goes Gerber through the transition. He wants this one bad. Look at the front dipping down every time he touches the brake or lifts off the throttle. He's closer onto the door than Al-Amri and gets the job done. Wow. Benedictus Cherba turned it up to 11 for that one, that's for sure. Look at that initiation, right up into the pocket, into the zone. Played with the side of that S15 of Ahmed Al-Amri, and Ahmed Al-Amri gave Benedictus Cherba a perfect lead to chase down. Not a wheel dropped from Ahmed Al-Amri as Benedictus Cherba took the opportunity, dives up into the door. Look at this from Cherba, big transitions, positions that E92 BMW Eurofire right where it needs to be. And I think that, well, I don't even know. I'm not even going to make that statement. I started to say that statement and I thought, I'm not even gonna make that statement, because who knows where the judges are lying with this one. So both guys pull up to receive the decision, and one way or another this one has to fall in someone's hands. Who's it going to be through to the final four? It will be Benedictus Cherba. Benedictus Cherba gets the win and advances through to the final four, doing enough on that chase, and it means so much to him. He's ecstatic with that one. Look at this, bowing down to the Lithuanian flag as he gets back in the car, and we say fair play to Ahmed Al-Amri, because he did not go down without a fight, that is for sure. So there we go, the final contestant enters the final four. It will be Alan Hines to take on Benedictus Cherba for a spot in the final, and it will be Ali Maxid to take on Andreas Vasiliauskas to take a spot in the final as well. The last two contenders, the loser of both of those battles, will head to the third and fourth place playoff. And we are now going to have a slight break to give Benedictus Cherba time to get his car ready for the battle against Alan Hines.
خاص بالسيارة أكيد. تحية أكيد، تحية 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 تحية. برافو برافو برافو. أحمد علي حسن. يا أحمد علي، يا أحمد علي حسن. عليك فارق، عليك فارق. فايزي ما يركب مرة ثانية، أكيد آخر مرة. أكيد العرض متواصل والجمهور مستمتع، واللي يتابعنا أكيد عبر البث المباشر. واحد من أحمد علي حسن يشيل التحية حبيبي. هذا أربعة، أعطاك أربعة، أعطاك أربعة. كلي نسيب فايزي آخر مرة، مرة ثانية. يا جمهور. إذا أكيد مواصلين هذا العرض الجميل من أكيد كروزر 14 وهو عرض جميل. في كفة دراسة تجهيز المتسابقين بعد الصوت الثاني. تحية للمتسابقين المتواجدين. ايش تلفون ايش؟ درون واحد درون. يعطيك العافية. صبر درون يعطيك تحية. شيء الصف موجود، الصف موجود. تحية أخيرا الجمهور اللي أكيد قدم عرض جميل ورائع. راح نروح أكيد للتوب فور بعد شوي بإذن الله تعالى. few minutes or in a few minutes, so we'll go for the top four. We'll see. تحية ستيفن. تحية يعطيك العافية إن شاء الله. شكرا قلنا مرة ثانية على الاستعراض خير. راتب محاضر معين، راتب له تكنيك معين ما يكون بعيدا. إذا المفروض الآن ننتقل للتوب فور إن شاء الله، متواصلين في هذا الحين جاي الحث أو الحي، البث الحي والمباشر عبر أكيد صفحات الجميع العمانية للسيارات في اليوتيوب وعلى الفيسبوك أيضا في نفس الوقت. راح نتابع التوب فور إن شاء الله. التوب فور معنا راح يكون بين كل من ألان هاينز وشيرفر. وعلى الجانب الآخر علي السيد راح يكون حاضر في الجانب الأول. أكيد راح نتواصل معكم بالتليفون، راح نتوقف ل5 دقائق فقط للإعلانات وبعدها راح نبدأ التوب فور بإذن الله تعالى. خلوكم متواصلين معنا.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملا جديدا لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان. اليوم غاية وهدف منذ أكثر من 50 عاما، من جيل إلى جيل، لأجل عمان الغد.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, ready to rock and roll for the first battle of our final four, and it will be Ali Maxid to take on Andreas Vasiliauskas. There we go, the final four drivers whittled down from 49 yesterday to these four. Three of them will only get a step on the podium. Who's your money on? Well, I wrote down three names earlier on, and there's only one of those names left, but I'm going to keep you guessing till the end of the competition. We get a green light ready to go. Vasiliauskas to lead out. Ali Maxid for a spot in the final awaits. Maxid dives up and to the side of Andreas Vasiliauskas' BMW. Maxid wants it, he's hungry for it, but Vasiliauskas absolutely on rails. Fire smoke in the face of the Q80 driver as they transition back. Maxid goes for a brave transition, makes it work, pays off for him as he gets wheel to door of Andreas Vasiliauskas. Oh, and a tag over wheel on the wall upset the line, but he stays in it. Maxid loses some ground as he waits to see if it was going to be an incident, as Maxid now looks once again for the side of the BMW and across the line. Well, there we go. Big initiation from Andreas Vasiliauskas. And Ali Maxid, just trying to watch Ali Maxid a little bit more than what I was doing in the first run. That move for me from Ali Maxid was textbook, but big mistake there. That wheel to the wall upset the line, and the judges will be taking that into consideration. Ali Maxid, you can see, backed off, let Vasiliauskas make his move, do what he needed to do. And then Maxid started to rein him back in towards the last two turns of that run. And Andreas Vasiliauskas now hoping doesn't require a 5-minute rule. There was a big impact to the wall, and you can see the back end of that car battered and bruised, and you can see him just having a little feel how it feels, flicking it left to right. The team straight over to cool it down, and they will be looking. He does have a 5-minute rule. He hasn't used one yet. He is getting requested to pull to the line. Looks like he's happy to roll with it, Andreas Vasiliauskas. Pulls to the line, ready to chase down Ali Maxid. And this, like I say, a spot in the final awaits. And we await to get the thumbs up from our start line marshal, who gets a signal from the judges above in the control tower. Well, here we go. They would have analysed the run, looked back at the replays, and had some form of an idea in their head who the favour swings in. Well, here we go. Tame initiation from Max Speed. He's going for the speed. And look at the line for Vasiliauskas. So he wants to be wide. He wants to be up into that rear quarter of that Toyota GT86 into out and along outside zone 3 through the transition. They go an early transition from Andreas Vasiliauskas as he now starts to apply the pressure, needs that proximity, gets it onto the door of the Toyota GT86. Good transition back from Andreas Vasiliauskas as Maxid fulfills outside zone 6. Vasiliauskas waits for the dive, waits for the move, onto the side, he goes across the line. Wow. Andreas Vasiliauskas turns it up once again, and the Lithuanian driver wanted to make a move. Let's take a look back at the replay. Very nice line from Andreas Vasiliauskas. I'd say the chase line into outside zone 2 was better than the lead from Ali Maxid. As Maxid fires it across the circuit, you can see him on and off that foot brake, balancing that car, and Vasiliauskas tentative. Maybe a little bit too tentative after that impact with the wall. And Ali Maxid doing everything he needs to do in that lead position. But right there, that big dive, bam, that flick across the circuit from Andreas Vasiliauskas. Very, very nicely done from the Lithuanian. And looks like the potential decision is in. Who's going to take it through to the final? Who will go to the 3rd and 4th place playoff? As we await that decision to drop in the back end of that carbon Kevlar E92 BMW, looking bad and bruised now. Oh, and Ali Maxid gets the win. Maxid gets the win. Vasiliauskas goes to the 3rd and 4th place playoff for the final shot at Podium. And Maxid, well, a podium guaranteed for this man. Will it be the 1st or 2nd place though? Hands up all round, and he is very, very happy as he makes his way off the circuit. Well, there we go. Two contenders move through to the final battles of the evening as Ali Maxi takes one place in the final, guaranteed a step on the podium, and Vasiliauskas awaits to battle for that third spot on the podium. We move along to the next battle. Will be Alan Hines to chase down Benediktas Cherba, the higher qualifier, for the last spot in the final. Awaits who's it going to be. Cherba has had so much practice, so much seat time on this circuit. He's dialed in, he knows that line, but look at Alan Hines reeling him in, looking for the door, looking for the rear end of that BMW as they fire through outside zone 3. A big transition back. Hines goes for it, makes the move, wheels over the edge of the circuit for Alan Hines though, as he has to readjust, move himself back into position. No such problems this time for Benediktas Cherba, as Cherba hammers the throttle down, looking to drive away from Alan Hines, but he can't escape as Alan Hines is right with him onto the door, across the line. Well, there we go. Looking back at the replay, Alan Hines there a little shallow, a very shallow angle on a very weak line coming through into outside zone 2. Can't really make it happen. Then starts to rein in Cherba. Starts to make the move. Cherba on an absolute flyer and wheels over that outside line, and you can see Hines having to readjust. You can see him working that clutch, working that car, working the steering, trying to avoid losing anything here in the first half of the run. He knows this is where the work needs to be done. Big dive there, no, and almost looked like there was going to be contact. You can see Hines on the foot brake. So both guys head back to the start line, as you can see, and we get ready to run them again. Who will be in the final to face off against Ali Maxid, and who will take it to the third and fourth place playoff to battle Andreas Vasiliauskas for the third step on the podium. So, looks like both guys on the line, ready to rock and roll. And Alan Hines now leads out Benediktas Cherba. Cherba would have known from his spotters in his ear at the chase, and he would have felt Alan Hines on the door. And Cherba. And now we look to see what's their contact on that dive. That's what the judges are going to be looking at, I guess. Yeah, there was. Look at that. Bam. Little touch on the door. Over aggressive from Alan Hines. Not paid into too many other drivers' favours this evening. Well, there we go. The judges see what they need to see. We swap them around. Cherba to chase down Alan Hines through the chicane, through the gears, onto the back bumper goes Cherba, and he's got that initiation absolutely dialed every single time as Cherba looks for the side of the Pro Drift Academy green S14 as Alan Hines lays down that perfect qualifying line once again. Cherba, look at the line he takes, look at the transition he makes. Oh, clinical from Cherba, almost contact. Has to back out of it, but gets himself back into it once again as Alan Hines slightly falls offline, slightly comes away from where he wanted to be as Benediktas Cherba holds on to it, looks to make a dive. Is he going to come through the smoke? He certainly is! On the back bumper goes Cherba. Wow. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Benediktas Cherba, that initiation into outside zone 1 through into 2 is just textbook every single time. Alan Hines, very, very nice on outside zone 3. Look at this, Cherba with it all the way. Cherba stays on it for a long, long time. But once again, Alan Hines wheels over and Cherba has to adjust and move himself into a better position to get that dive done. Moves down the inside, look down at the foot brakes to not make contact as Cherba leaves him the room in outside zone 6. But then watch this transition from Benediktas Cherba. Boom! Almost bumper to bumper as he comes through the smoke. Unbelievable stuff from the Lithuanian driver. Well, both guys move back towards the start line to get the decision. Cherba climbs out of the car. I think he hopes he's got this one. And Alan Hines not sure who is going to take it through to the final to face off against Ali Maxid. And Cherba will be hoping not for a one more time. He would hope to get it done in the first run between the Irish driver Alan Hines and himself. So judges looking back at replays. I just had a quick listen in the air. So judges deliberating here, discussing. So we await the decision to come in. Alan Hines takes a little cool down run. As we await the decision, who is it going to be going through into the final to face off against Ali Maxid? Alan Hines would love nothing more to be on the podium once again, knowing that some of the other contenders felt early in competition would put him in a good place in the championship. As he pulls back into position, we should get the decision any minute now. Well, here we go. Looks like the decision's in. Oh, and Benedictes Cherba gets the win. Benedictes Cherba gets the win and advances through to the final to face off against Ali Maxid. Alan Hines will face the third and fourth place playoff now. Again, we'll have a few moments to allow Alan Hines to prepare his car ready to do battle with Andreas Vasiliauskas. And wow, what a way to get into the final. Cherba has just come alive in the last few battles. So once again, as you know the ropes by now. There'll be a few moments where we allow Alan Hines to prepare his car ready for the third and fourth place playoff. And then we will move on to the final. Cherba versus Maxid.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه املا جديدا لنرسم الرؤيه ونصنع الانجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث امجاد الامس وطموح امه تسابق الزمن بكل عزم واصرار. لاجل عمان اليوم غايه وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد. كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملا جديدا لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف منذ أكثر من 50 عاما، من جيل إلى جيل، لأجل عمان الغد.
إذا متابعينا الكرام، أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد، مواصلين معكم توب فور. وصلنا الآن نروح للمركز الرابع، بعد على الأول والثاني إن شاء الله. أكيد التحية لكل
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see, we have Andreas Vasiliauskas on the line, ready to go for the third and fourth place playoff. Unfortunately, there is no Alan Hines alongside him because Alan Hines has called a 5-minute rule. So we are currently waiting for Alan Hines to make his way on to the circuit, into that tyre warming area. And until we see that green and black Nissan 206 S14, the Pro Drifter Academy car, make its way down into the tyre warming area, we will not kick off our third and fourth place playoff. But of course, that's not to say that the 5-minute rule clock won't run out before Alan Hines gets that car fixed and to that tyre warming area. So, time against Alan Hines at the moment. And as you can see down there, Ali Mahsid ready to do battle with Benediktas Cherba for the top step on the podium. So Andreas Vasiliauskas patiently waits on the line for Alan Hines to make his way into that tyre warming area. Not sure what is going on with Alan Hines' car. We just had a message a few moments ago saying that Alan Hines has had to call a 5-minute rule to have a look at that car. And as soon as we get more information, we will let you know. But as of now, no Alan Hines. So a nervous wait for Andreas Vasiliauskas. He would love nothing more than to join his Lithuanian teammate and good friend Benediktas Čerba on that podium with a bye run. And will he be gifted that luck this evening here in Oman? Oh, so there we go. Alan Hines looks like he has made it in time. He is stopped by our marshals before he enters that tyre warming area, and they're going to have a quick look around the car. Check it all over. He gets the thumbs up. He's clear to go, and there we go. Alan Hines pulls in to warm the tyres on the back of the green and black Nissan 206 S13, the higher qualifier. Andreas Vasiliauskas. Oh, I thought there was going to be an issue there. It looked like he was going to head back off the circuit again. Don't forget, he has used his 5-minute rule, so if he does exit that circuit, he does forfeit his run. Well, he chases down Andreas Vasiliauskas, the higher qualifier here on round 2 of the 2023 Oman International Drift Championship. This is the battle for third. Who will take the third step on the podium? And Alan Hines now slots into position as Andreas Vasiliauskas gets ready to rock and roll. Thumbs up all around. We look for that green light. And here we go. Vasiliauskas through the chicane, through the gears, down, flicks across the circuit. Nice initiation from Andreas Vasiliauskas. Oh, big separation opened up as Vasiliauskas hammers the throttle down, looks to pull away. Alan Hines shortcuts the circuit, waits to put the move on as Vasiliauskas takes it to the wall and across the line for a transition into outside zone 4. Alan Hines looks for him, but he hasn't got the pace. He can't match the grip and drive from the back of that BMW as he now makes a dive onto the side, but once again lost in a cloud of smoke as Alan Hines, as he can't seem to get anything in the way of a fight in this battle as Vasiliauskas takes him across the line. Wow, so there we go. Andreas Vasiliauskas proving once again he's turned that car up to 11. Look at the separation on initiation from Vasiliauskas as he absolutely flies through that first outside zone. Takes it right to the wall. And Alan Hines does get a little move in there, but nothing comes of it as once again Vasiliauskas pulls away, squeezes the throttle. Good transition from Alan Hines. Tries once again to make a dive onto the door. Gets lost in a cloud of smoke. You see him shortcutting the circuit there out of the outside zone 6. And very shallow there for outside zone 7 for Vasiliauskas, but makes it work. So Alan Hines and Vasiliauskas swap roles, make their way back to the start line, where Alan Hines now leads out Andreas Vasiliauskas, and Vasiliauskas done everything he can do in that lead position to persuade the judges. And now what can Alan Hines do in that lead position? Vasiliauskas being aggressive before needs to not make that mistake again, as now they are signalled and ready to go. Our judges clear cut on the first half of the run. Here we go. Both cars pop in the air as they slam off the clutches. Through the gears they go. Big flick to angle from Alan Hines, and a failed initiation from Vasiliauskas. Oh, Vasiliauskas shuts it down, and just when he needs that car to perform, it fails on him. And the bad luck of Oman plays once again into the hands of Andreas Vasiliauskas. And Alan Hines looks to take the third step on the podium as he fires through that final outside zone across the line. Wow. What happened there for Andreas Vasiliauskas? Look at this. Nothing whatsoever. The car, sorry, didn't react, didn't initiate. Looks like he had no power whatsoever. And Vasiliauskas decides to just watch the run out from behind and takes that car clean off the circuit. Doesn't even pull up to receive the decision, because that one, ladies and gentlemen, is very, very clear cut. Well, there we go. That one easily done and dusted and moved on. We move it to the final battle of the evening. It will be Benediktas Cerba, the higher qualifier, to lead out Ali Maxid for the top step on the podium, as Alan Hines makes his way off the circuit back to the paddock. Decisions and trophies will be given in the presentation at the back end of the paddock shortly after the final decision has been made. Well, here we go. The final is up. Cerba to lead out Maxid. Our track marshal gives a quick look over his shoulder to make sure we are all good and safe to run, and we certainly are. And here we go. The final battle of round 2 underway. Benediktas Cerba to lead out Ali Maxid through the gears. Maxid, makes contact on initiation. Maxid is not messing around. Benediktas Cerba unfazed. The Lithuanian wants it. Look at the line into outside zone 3 for Benediktas Cerba as Ali Maxid hunts him down through the outside zone. Looks for the transition. Maxid! Big contact as Maxid goes too angry, too aggressive. Picks up the foul once again and gets himself in it. And the Lithuanian is unfazed by the contact from Ali Maxid. Keeps himself in the zone, keeps himself in the flow as he looks for the final outside zone. Ali Maxid goes for another dive on the door across the line. Wow, so there we go. Big, look at that contact on initiation. Ali Maxid taking a little bite out of the rear wheel of Benediktas Cerba's E92 BMW. And then look at this, tucks right up on the inside, goes too much for it. Look, right up onto the door, bam. Gets it done, boom. The pace though, the momentum on the transition, too much. Goes to wheel with Benediktas Cerba. And Cerba, unfazed, not bothered, says, I can deal with anything you throw at me. I want that top step of the podium and I'll do anything right now to get it. As Benediktas Cerba stays rock steady. And Ali Maxid, well, he gets himself back in the mix. And Ali Maxid now looks to me at fault for that one. Well, there we go. Maxid has the bumper removed from the front of the car, and the guys check the car out to make sure it is good to run for the second half of the battle. He now leads out Benediktas Cerba. And Cerba now sitting there thinking this could be the weekend. Well, it might well be if he can get this one done and in the bag. Through the gears they go. Cerba's going to keep this one clean. He's not going to want to mess up as they go way on the inside. Ali Maxid, as you can see, dragging them down to the inside edge of the circuit. Look at Cerba, the way he mirrors the angle into outside zone 3. And Ali Maxid sparks and flames from underneath the car as he has to shut it down. Benediktas Cerba puts on a show as Ali Maxid pulls to the centre of the circuit, and Benediktas Cerba stands on the foot brake and says, this one is for Lithuania. This one is for all the times where I've struggled to make it through competition. And this one is redemption for last weekend as Benediktas Cerba takes it across the line. Well, there we go. We take a look at the replay. Watch underneath Ali Maxid's car as he comes around this first corner. You see the flames pop from the external wastegate. And then on the driver's side of Ali Maxid's car, sparks, more sparks, and even more sparks once again. So big either engine failure there or a clutch failure for Ali Maxid. And that 2 car mechanical breakdowns take out two drivers, one after the other here at round 2 of the 2023 Oman International Drift Championship. And there we go. The podium is decided, ladies and gentlemen. So, with that in the bag, these guys are going to head down to receive the award ceremony as Cherba, out of the car, appreciates the crowd. He knows he's got the job done. And he knows he came here to do one thing, and that was stand on the top step of that podium, and he has done it. So there we go. Cherba will make his way off the circuit. Ali Maxine will be recovered away. And ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm going to leave you now to watch the sights and sounds, and I'm going to make my way to get all of the results for 3 championships we are running here. And I'll make my way to the podium where you'll see these guys receive their trophies along with a few others. So if you want to see the award ceremony, don't go anywhere. If you are going to leave us, well, in 2 weeks' time, we will be back for round 3 of the 2023 Oman International Drift Championship, where who knows what could be thrown up. For now, I'll leave you with the sights and sounds of Oman. I'll speak to you in maybe a few minutes or in 2 weeks' time.
Check this 1, 2.
1, 2, 3. There we go. Perfect. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this evening for round 2 of the 2023 Oman International Drift Championship. Before we get underway with our OIDC podium, we're going to get away with our Oman, our local podium. And I can confirm, taking third step on our Oman Championship podium is هيثم الحديدي.
إذن على المستوى المحلي أكيد المركز الثالث ذهب لي الآيرون مان هيثم الحديدي. وينك يا هيثم؟ أكيد راح نبدأ محليا. المينا على مستوى الانترناشنال الثالث، الثاني الأول، الثالث على مستوى الانترنال. هيثم الحديدي في المركز الثالث.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at Haytham Al Hadidi taking third step in our Oman local championship. So, while we wait for Haytham to make his way to the podium, we're going to move on to second place. And taking second step on the podium is Ali Al Balushi.
تحية للعلوع. وين العلوع؟ المركز الثاني محليا علي البلوشي بعد أداء أيضا جميل. يلا يا علي، علي على البوديوم. وراح نبدا محليا وبدينا بالثيرد سكند بوزيشن، بعدين راح نروح للفيرست بوزيشن. لعلوع في المركز الثاني.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Take a third step on the podium, Haytham Al Hadidi. And that just leaves the top step, and this man has drove his absolute heart out today. What an incredible warrior he has been in all three championships. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for taking top step on the podium, Ahmed Al-Amri.
إذن التحية لأحمد العامري. اليوم قدم أداء رائع جدا وخيالي ومثير تماما في الحلبة. اليوم سكند مور تايم، مش ون مور تايم، والسكند بعد راحت. فتحية أكيد للبطل أحمد العامري اللي ياخذ المركز الأول محليا. Okay, good. I think صورة جماعية. They took photo right now together. The winners. علي البلوشي، هيثم الحديدي، أحمد العامري. تحية. Make some noise. As I said. شكرا لكم يا أبطال. Well done. عين.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that means we move on to the next championship trophy presentation, and that will be our MENA championship. And I can confirm, taking third step on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Ahmed Daham.
المركز الثالث على مستوى شرق أوسط المينا، البطل الأردني الرائع أحمد دحام. Where is Ahmed? Where is Ahmed Daham? His Red Bull athlete. Ahmed Daham, where are you, Ahmed? He was here few seconds before or a minute. Cherba, wow, 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 Cherba, wow, مقصد, wow, Ali. Well done. إذن we'll go for second.
Yeah, we're going to move on to second place
And
as
then
we
we'll come back again to Ahmed.
yeah,
again.
come back to Ahmed Daham. Yeah, we're going to move on to second place on the MENA podium here tonight. And when we've seen him once, we've seen him multiple times tonight. Make some noise once again for Ahmed Al-Amri.
And again and again and again. أحمد العامري ثانيا على مستوى شرق أوسط المينا بعد أداء رائع لأحمد العامري اليوم. يلا أحمد يلا ستيب باي ستيب يلا يلا. سلامات يا أحمد. ما عليك واز. أكيد التحية البطل الرائع أحمد العامري اللي قدم اليوم أداء جميل ورائع. يا دحام يا دحام وينه تحية لأحمد العامري اللي أكيد حل وصيفا على مستوى المينا. أيان we'll call again أحمد دحام.
Yep, taking third step on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Ahmed Daham.
البطل أكيد الأردني والعربي والرايع أحمد دحام اللي أكيد اليوم كان في منافسة شرسة جدا ولكن يحل ثالثا على مستوى المينا. تحية لي أحمد دحام.
And that leads us to the first step on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the one and only Ali Maqseed.
علي مقصيد تحية جمهور أعلى برافو يا علي. متسابق مجنون رائع. يقدم دروس جميلة حقيقة. علي مقصيد اللي يتوج أولا على مستوى المينا الشرق الأوسط. تحية لي علي مقصيد يا جمهور. أكيد صورة تذكارية لأبطال المينا أحمد دحام علي مقصيد أحمد العامري. Well done guys. Well done. Ayan. Right now.
Well, there we go. And now it all leads us down to that one important podium, the Oman International Drift Championship podium. And what an exciting event it was today. We see so many one more times, so many crashes, so many frills and spills, and so many cars that let drivers down. But well, these guys battled hard. But taking third step on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the one and only Alan Hines!
Alan Hines! The Irishman! ألان هاينز أكيد التحية لهذا البطل الإيرلندي رائع ممتاز اللي يقدم مستوى مميز. يحل ثالثا في الجولة الثانية أيضا مثل الجولة الأولى اللي حل فيها ثالثا in the third position. He's again right now in the third position again in the second round. تحية لي ألان هاينز. Well done, Alan Hines. He did a great job. Thank you, Alan. Be there.
Yeah, congratulations, Alan. And massive congratulations to Andreas Vasiliauskas. That car just failed at the last moment, but he was absolutely flying today. We're going to move on to the second step on the podium. And well, this man, another car that just failed at the very wrong moment. Make some noise for second place at the OIDC round 2. Ali Maqseed!
تحية أكيد للذي حل ثانيا البطل الكويتي علي مقصيد. شرس منافس قوي مميز قدم أداء رائع خلال الجولة الثانية وأكيد التحية من جديد للبطل علي مقصيد. Are you ready? Cherba. Where is
I think he's ready.
Cherba.
I think he's ready. Well, ladies and gentlemen, taking the top step and a man that has drove incredibly all weekend. Make some noise for your winner of round 2, Benediktas Cherba!
تحية أكيد لتشيربا الليتواني اللي قدم أكيد أداء رائع مميز مبهر للغاية خلال هذا السباق والجولة الثانية. Well done Cherba, you did an amazing and perfect job. تحية لتشيربا يا جمهور. برافو. أيوة نايس. رد الليتواني الصور there. صورة جماعية أكيد. ألان هاينز تشيربا مقصيد واكين make some noise for the last time. Ian, how's your voice?
My voice is sore. It needs some time to repair, and so does yours. Thank you for joining us today. It's been incredible to work with you.
Pleasure.
Thank you
Nice
to
meet
everybody.
you.
Thank you to everybody that turned out this weekend. Thank you to everybody that tuned in online to listen to us commentate for hours on end. Thank you to all of our judges and our officials. We'll be back in 2 weeks for round 3. It's not to be missed. The championship is underway. Have a safe evening. Have a safe journey home. Good night, and we'll see you soon.
شكرا اكيد لراعي الحفل سعادة احمد الحميدي رئيس بلدية مسقط، لكل الحضور، المتسابقين، الحكام، عمان مارشلز، الفريق الطبي، الدفاع المدني، واكيد فريق المنظمين. التحية من جديد لفريق التحكيم كيرن، فيرن، وضاح، سعود الرواحي وخالد المنجي. يعطيكم make some noise. Makes last time noise for وضاح, for Verin, Karen and Saud and also Khalid. ليلة سعيدة للجميع، يعطيكم العافية. We'll see you after 2 weeks إن شاء الله.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديدا لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان. اليوم غاية وهدف منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً، من جيل إلى جيل، لأجل عمان الغد.